Now we are live also on YouTube. So YouTube and Twitch are there.
Hello YouTube and Twitch.
Greetings petrolheads and welcome to romrom.net, the channel sharing the joy of sim racing, and today on Road Atlanta, where Global Enduro is gonna be having a 4-hour race. With me as very much always is Cody, the man with the voice of 1,000 angels and a fantastic artist and a fantastic commentator. Cody, how are you today?
Howdy everybody. I'm doing quite well, and I'm excited for this race. This is the end of our 4-hour endurance series with Global Enduro that we've been doing for this season. I'm sure.
Are you sure?
I believe.
No.
Oh wait, no. There's one more race in December, and one more second to last. My bad. This is the second to last race. But the reason why I have last race on my mind is because we are at the track that is pretty much always the last round of IMSA every year, Road Atlanta. This is going to be a very exciting track. It's a very fast track. I would say it's quite wide, and that allows for a lot of very, very high stakes, high intensity action. You're going to see a lot of passing. You're going to see a lot of battles, and this track is really, really awesome because it's wide enough that it gives people the opportunity and the space to make those moves. So I'm super hyped for this race. Serta?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Road Atlanta? Have you driven it much?
Ooh, I haven't driven it much. I think I've mostly driven it on our on Race Room, on our Factor 2. We are on our Factor 2. I think I've mostly driven it on Race Room, and all in all, I like it. It's of course a very special track. Somehow I have the feeling the US American tracks have their own special way of being. Like I maybe not circuit of the Americas where Formula 1 also races, but many other tracks are very much American, even if they are not oval. I wouldn't be able to put my finger on it why I feel this way. But I think it's because they have their own way of dealing with curves and so on. And of course, luckily, they are not Tilke built.
Indeed. And of course, the one big track that I'm near is Circuit of the Americas, which is the only Tilke built one this side of the Mississippi, I believe. So.
Although Tilke has said many times, don't blame him. He can only work within the boundaries that the FIA sets him, and the boundaries of the FIA seem to be pretty much crap.
Right. The whole start finish and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, especially with the curves, how they are built, and the FIA doesn't like gravel and all that stuff, which I consider stupid. I mean, if you go out of the track, you go out of the track. Your problem. Indeed.
But there's gravel on this circuit, that's for sure. Yeah, this is an FIA Grade 2 circuit, so it is FIA rated, but it existed before the grading system did, and so it's been grandfathered into a lot of things.
Oh,
and
FIA rated?
It is, yeah.
Huh?
It's an FIA Grade 2 circuit. There's actually a big list that the FIA puts out of all of the circuits that have an FIA rating, and you'd be surprised what tracks have what.
Are FIA and IMSA compatible in some way? Do they have anything to do with each other?
So the dominant series that the tracks race on actually has little to do with the rating system. So the track owner drivers actually have to pay the FIA to get a rating, and then 4 different FIA, series, FIA sanctioned series, which I believe IMSA is FIA sanctioned. Yeah, in order to run GTE, I think they have to be. But 4 different series, they have a minimum FIA grade that you have to get to race on. For example, you couldn't take a Formula 1 car to an FIA Grade 3 circuit because the speeds are so high, the safety of an FIA Grade 3 circuit wouldn't allow for that. And Road Atlanta it's either an FIA Grade 2 or FIA Grade 3. I will get that data for you here in a moment. I know it's not a Grade 1 circuit, but yeah, the tracks themselves have to pay for that, and so IMSA is not really the one that determines the grade of the tracks, but it's the tracks themselves and IMSA that work off of that together.
Okay. I never knew about I never know about who is connected with whom in which way and whatever. So it's always interesting to know. We have finished the warm-up and are now just waiting for the start of the race.
Indeed.
We have 13 drivers in 2 classes. The one is LMP and the other is GTE.
Well, since this is our endurance series, we have 13 cars. There will be multiple drivers per car in most cases, and so the drivers or the cars that you're seeing on the grid effectively double that, and you've got the approximate number of drivers participating in this series.
So you're gonna hear us a lot of times, as we've done in the past, saying, well, that's the driver, that and that. Wait, is that a new driver? Did they change the driver? I don't remember. Oh, damn it. So yeah, we sometimes lose track of these things.
Indeed, we do have a list, but we don't always look at it. Also, I just tuned into the stream and I am tuned up very, very loud. I'm kind of blowing the speakers out a little bit.
Okay, that can be changed quite easily. Okay, I've changed it. Let's see how it works.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely blowing the speakers out. Let's see.
All right, 16 seconds until the start of the race. I suppose it will be won't be a standing race. Come again?
Yeah, I think we are going to do a rolling start.
Yeah.
So.
But I don't see the pace car.
Yeah, pace car's there.
Now I see it. Now I see it.
Yeah.
I was blind, but now I see. These
right,
are
I'm a bit better. I could go down just a tad more.
Okay. These are LMP2 cars, by the way.
Indeed, we have 2 classes in this championship. We have LMP2, which are the cars that we're seeing at the moment, and we also have GTE, which are the sports cars that you see behind them. And of course, as you can probably guess, there's differences in speed and downforce on between the prototypes and the GTE cars. Of course, the GTE championship actually, or the GTE series of the GTE class of cars in the IMSA Championship Series actually just had their last race ever at Road Atlanta last week, and so You could consider this a little bit of a send-off for them. They will continue in the World Endurance Championship through 2023, I believe, but IMSA is switching to a modified version of the GT3 package, which will be called GTD Pro, and then the current GTD class will be called GTD AM. Taking a page from IMSA's book, taking a page from World Endurance Championship book, IMSA is. And so, unfortunately, no more GTEs or GTLM as they were called in IMSA, which makes me very sad because this has been like my favorite GT class. But it's awesome to still see them driving here in sim racing.
Well, that's the fun of sim racing. At some point, we could even do with Assetto Corsa at least a formula, or well, let's call it a formula, an open wheel race with cars of the 1920s and 30s, because there is an extensive list made up by I think 2 or 3 mod makers who have been publishing these kind of mods.
Indeed, here's a fun idea. You could, because of the joy of sim racing, you could do a F1 race multi-class with F3 as a secondary class.
Ah.
But we've got bigger things going on right now. We're approaching the start. As soon as they cross that line, we will be racing. And here we are, 4 hours of Road Atlanta. Let's go.
Lundvall stays at the front, as was to be expected. Jones also stays at the front, but I mean, as you always say, as you always very rightly say, you won't win the race in the first couple of laps, but you can very surely lose it. So it's not their first rodeo, it's not their first race. These drivers are taking it easy.
Indeed, starting on pole and getting a very early lead. I'm looking at the GTE class in the Corvette of Grant Jones is pretty far out in front already. Haven't even finished the first lap. I haven't even completed the half of the first lap, the GTEs. About that halfway mark right now, and he's got a decent-sized lead on the rest of the field.
As you can see in the images, yep.
In LMP2, it's a bit closer race. After the first lap here, we're coming around the top, coming around, and there you go. That's the first lap done. Linus Lundvall still in first, Zanotti in second, Cameron Barker in third as they qualified. Wayne Newton is close behind in fourth, Paolo Nucci in fifth, Andrei Valenko in sixth, and that's your LMP2 category. No passing yet, but as we said, it's a marathon, not a sprint. So
wonderful livery of Wayne Newton, by the way.
Oh, absolutely. I've commented on it before, and I'll keep commenting on it. That 2017 Jackie Chan DC Racing livery. It was actually made by a design student, I believe. They had a bit of a competition, I believe.
We're seeing a first. Yes, Prangley has overtaken Wright.
Indeed, that is for fourth place in the GTE category. Prangley started this championship out in the LMP2s and switched over to GTE. He has a different livery this race than he had before. Still white, but he's rocking the number 11 as opposed to, I think it was the number 8 or number 7 Aston Martin that he had beforehand. So he's got a bit of a different look this time around, but he is still the same Tom. And he's now running in fourth. Oh, the game sound might need to be turned up.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out why it's not there. I think I know. Ooh, and it's gonna be difficult.
Grant Jones is extending his very early lead. He's pretty far. Oh, yellow in sector 1. It's looking like I don't say anything. I think that's just R Factor 2 being a little bit overzealous of perhaps a track limits violation or so.
Apologies, I will need to do a couple of things on the master computer because I think I made a boo-boo. So just stay with us a minute.
Alrighty, we'll get that sound for you. In the meantime, there's a third box on your screen in the lower left where you see our icons, and that is because Jenny might be joining us. She has a prior engagement that she has to attend to, but if she can get done with that in time, then we will be. We've got nothing going on screen right now, but that's a sort of technical thing, so I apologize for that. But anyways, Jenny is planning on joining us later on, so we'll be excited to have her vocal talents lended to us. We'll catch her up to speed, and right now Linus Lundvall, I'm keeping you guys updated on a radio sort of basis here. Linus Lundvall going over the hill on the final corner very, very quick. He had a bit of a leap there. It always drops your stomach out around there, but this this track with these cars, this is about the fastest you could go on those without getting airborne. Definitely a hey, crank the downforce up sort of situation.
I'm having bigger issues here because the system is not finding the sound, the right sound device, and I don't know why. I may have to even restart my computer. Apologies for that.
Well, Linus Lundvall is in the LMP2 category, going very, very quick. He's in the number 4 car, and he's got about a 2.5 second lead on Alberto Zanatti in second. Cameron Barker, though, has been chasing down Zanatti, trying to make an early pass for second. But as he's been pushing, he's been struggling a little bit. We saw him stretch back a little bit after the first lap, and then he got within a half a second of him. But he's been pushing harder and harder and just making little mistakes. And now he's about a second behind, about 0.8 seconds behind now after this one braking zone as they go through the S's. But he's chasing Zanatti down, and we'll keep you guys updated on that. Grant Jones, again, extending his very early lead. They have been absolutely dominant in this championship so far, that Corvette racing team. Yeah, he's at this point 5.5 seconds ahead of Maximilian Reichel, who's in the second place Works Aston Martin car. Pierce Krohn is making yet another appearance, consistent as always. He's running in third place in GTE, about a second behind Maximilian Reichel, and getting closer every moment. So we'll keep you guys updated on all of these battles that we've got going on. Again, we have 3 hours and 52 minutes remaining in this race, and so there's going to be a whole lot more to come. We are just now lapping the LMP2s are just now lapping the GTE cars. Linus Lundvall now making his way around. Looks like oh goodness, I need a spotter's guide. Tom Prangley. It's Tom Prangley. So they've now lapped the first of the GTE cars. Tom Prangley is currently running in last in GTE, and they will start to make their way up. And there's a 3-way battle for the GTE cars. All 3 Ferraris, or actually 3 of the 4 Ferraris are in a 3-way fight, and they've got LMP2s right behind them. Looks like Lundvall and Zanatti in the commotion, passes Linus Lundvall for the lead of this race. Able to make his way around. Cameron Barker remains in third. He's just now getting around those GTE Ferraris. But yeah, Zanotti making an excellent pass through traffic. This is one of the things that we love about multi-class endurance racing is, the fact that all of these drivers have to worry about not only the cars in their own class, but they have to make it around and allow around the drivers in the slower and faster classes, respectively. We're seeing a yellow in Sector 1, and that is because Tom Prengley has spun. He's off, and it looks like he's hard into the wall with left side damage. His car is in the grass. It looks like he might be trying to get that restarted, but he is not moving. He has slid off, and he is definitely not able to get that car going again. I see no exhaust coming from the car. It looks like he has stalled it out. We are just at the beginning of the S's. That's a very tricky spot for a driver, because you're at the top of a hill and you're braking but also turning left, and so it's really, really easy to lock up those brakes, and then the rear of the car is rising up from that hill, and it's just really, really easy because you don't have a lot of traction, so you can spin it. And it looks like Tom's moving his wheel around. He's trying to get the car moving. He's got a little bit of motion, but it looks like that car is pretty stationary. He's lost a great deal of time already. But Tom Prengley had been running in 7th, and it looks like he's still going to be in 7th, but now down a lap. Oh, he looks like he's got it rolling again. He's got the car rolling again. He's still on the grass. That must have been quite a tumble, because there's actually not a body panel untouched on this car. Yeah, Tom Prengley is trying to move it along. He's gone through an escape road, and it looks like he's going to try to get it going again, but he's definitely moving slow. I don't think I've seen him go above about 10 or 15 miles an hour so far, but he does have the car moving. He's driving it through the grass, trying to stay off of the racing line as he maneuvers through the S's. But yeah, it's looking like Tom Prengley's race is not going how he had hoped. Alright, video should be joining us again. You have been listening to Radio Rom Rom. It's Radio Le Mans with a lower budget. And so this has been Radio Rom Rom, and we're bringing back the visuals to you shortly. But Zanotti is your leader still. He took over from Linus Lundvall right after the video cut out. My apologies. But we do have another development. As Tom Prengley had gone off, Wayne Newton passed Cameron Barker in LMP2 for 3rd. That's for the podium position. But yeah, the Jackie Chan DC racing car moves on up into 3rd position. Cameron Barker now in 4th. Paolo Nucci is trying to work his way around the Aston Martin of Maximilian Reichel. More developments. Pierce Krohn passed Maximilian Reichel for 2nd place. So it is now Grant Jones in 1st in the Corvette Racing number 3, and then Pierce Krohn in 2nd in the number 15 Krohn Autosport liveried car. That's a very familiar order to how we saw earlier on at Sebring. Whenever they're at Sebring, unfortunately, Krohn's teammate Ed Bailey had a unfortunate incident during that race, and we saw that Ferrari get retired, only for Pierce Krohn to hop in the Whitey 51 car, currently being driven by Mark Wright. And so Pierce Krohn, ever the ambitious driver in sim racing and in this league. Andrei Vyalenko with Cyberlinks racing in LMP2 is not somebody who we've talked about much this race. He is running in last position in the LMP2 category, but he has been inching closer and closer to Paolo Nucci, reeling him in. He's only about a second and a half back from him, and Paolo Nucci is just trying to get around Grant Jones. He was stuck behind him through some of the corners at the back of the track, and that slowed him down a little bit. Now, if Andrei Vyalenko can get around Grant Jones in the GTE car as well, he'll be able to catch up to him. It looks like they're going through the complex. He gets around him, but it looks like Paolo Nucci gets his time back in terms of distance from Vyalenko, because Vyalenko is now 2.5 seconds back, 3 seconds back now. And so as they go through the S's, Vyalenko will have to try to get that space back, and that might take him a bit longer. Ooh, Vyalenko got a little bit loose on the S's on the corner exit. You are right on the limit of grip as you go across that final turn on the S's. Vyalenko just got a little bit squirrely off of the outside of that corner. Slowed him down a little bit. He's now 3.5 seconds back. If he wants to finish anywhere except for last, he's going to have to clean that up a little bit. He had a good chance with Paolo Nucci being slowed down, but now it's looking like he's got a lot more work to do than he did before, just from little mistakes like that. Wayne Newton has been getting closer and closer to Linus Lundvall. They too are going around the S's at this moment, but Wayne Newton was about 4 seconds back from Linus, having passed Cameron Barker for third position. And yeah, he's about 3.5 seconds now, and has been getting closer through Sector 1. As they go through Sector 2 now, it's staying about stagnant. But from what I've been looking at with the timing screen, Wayne Newton has had a pretty decent Sector 3 time, but Linus Lundvall has had a little bit better. We'll see if Wayne Newton is able to catch him up on that. It looks like Wayne Newton's car might be tuned a little bit more for cornering and downforce as opposed to top speed, which, you know, Sector 2 is the fastest sector in terms of top speed. On this circuit, it's where you get the two stretches of this race. Zanatti is still your leader. Linus Lundvall in second. Wayne Newton in third. It looks like we're about to, if we haven't already. Yeah, it looks like we have our graphics back. Hello, video.
But somehow not the sound. I don't get it. Everything is set up correctly. And I see the volume. I don't know why it's not showing here. I'll try a couple of things. You can continue commentating, mate.
Certainly. Grant Jones is still in the lead. He's still been building on that lead dominantly so far. He's 8 seconds ahead of Pierce Krohn. Gap between Pierce Krohn and Reichel is about 3 seconds, much closer race, but Reichel has to get around the lap down car now of Tom Prangley. Actually, several laps down now, Tom Prangley. Who's been just having a tough time so far. I believe he pitted in, repaired that damage, but he's still going quite slow, so I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Oh, yellow in Sector 1, Juan Del Castillo in the Corsa Ferrari, number 52 car. He is off and into the wall, front left part of his car in Sector 1, again at the top of the S's. He hits the left wall. Tom Prangley had hit the right side wall. And that is not where he wanted to be during this race. He is now 2 laps down to the leader. He's still on the same lead lap, but he's about to be lapped by Grant Jones. And he too is moving quite slow now after that incident, although significantly faster than Tom Prangley. But those are now your 2 bottom positions on the grid for GTE, unfortunately.
Okay, I think we have the race sounds now. Stream chat, please let me know if you are hearing them. We should have everything set up correctly.
I couldn't tell you. I tried to listen into it, but I can't hear it over my
your own voice, huh?
Well, no, I can't hear it over my own R Factor 2 install playing.
Yeah,
so
I'm trying to set up a way to hear it. Just give me a sec. Doing 10,000 things at the same time.
Understood. Juan Del Castillo has pitted in to repair that damage. He's been in there for a little bit now. He's gotten some pretty heavy damage to the front left side, and the rear left. He just slammed into that wall at the top of Sector 1 a few laps ago. Linus Lundvall is now in the lead. Zanotti had some form of incident. It dropped him back a little bit as we were checking the sound. And so Wayne Newton has moved up to second, Linus Lundvall in first, Zanotti down into third, Cameron Barker still in fourth. There. So you do have a lead change, but Zanotti is right behind Wayne Newton and knows that he has the pace to catch him. He just has to do it. Alberto Zanotti in the very, very minimalist AZ Race Data car. It's a matte silver with a chrome red stripe down the middle, and I think it's quite sharp. Certainly an attractive battle, but a battle nonetheless. And Zanotti is getting really, really close to Wayne Newton now, half a second behind. He sees him in his mirrors. He's chasing him down, and they have a lap down car ahead of him in which Zanotti is able to he's proven that he's able to make those moves in previous races. And so we're going to see as they try to get around Maximilian Reichel's Aston Martin. Oh my goodness! Wayne Newton and Maximilian Reichel collide with each other. Zanotti as well, but man, that's at the there in Sector 2 at the end of the first straight. And yeah, Wayne Newton just kind of dove down the front end of the GTE car there and spun it. And Zanotti took advantage. Cameron Barker took advantage, now moving up into third. And that slowed down Zanotti a little bit, and it allowed Cameron Barker to get closer as well. So Barker is now within striking distance of Zanotti, provided that he can catch him. Well, if you're going to make mistakes like that, early on in this race is the way to do it. 3 hours, 36 minutes left to go. Cameron Barker in that Signatech Alpine Elf car. Again, getting closer, getting closer. He's in about the same position that Zanotti was to
Now we have
Newton.
race sound. I'm just setting up the mix.
Think so? I don't know, but I think so. Let me adjust a few things. Yes, we do have race sound now. We do indeed. Very good, very good. Alrighty, as we've been troubleshooting here, Cameron Barker has been inching closer to
Apologies
Zanotti.
for all the things, but something went wrong. As it always is with Windows, you set it up once, you think it works, you don't touch anything, and it's messed up. But now we're...
Indeed, Cameron Barker getting closer. They passed Grant Jones yet again in the GTE. First Zanotti and now Barker, and now they are in very open air to catch each other on this second back straight, coming back towards the start-finish line now. Barker had a rough going at the acceleration zone there. But we've got another GTE car as they go through the final chicane. And that might just slow Zanotti down enough. Oh, it definitely will. Oh, Zanotti spins it. Does he hit the wall? Did he hit the wall there?
No,
He definitely lost.
I think not. I think it was by not. Oh, Zanotti should. I think he may have overcooked the tires, or he's pressing too much.
I think he was pressing a bit too much. I think he was trying to go around the outside of the Ferrari there, but the Ferrari had other ideas and just took his racing line just normally, and Zanotti had to take evasive action because of the overspeed that he had, and went off in the grass. Amazing he was able to save it. He went off of my screen for a second. I thought he may have hit the wall. But Cameron Barker moves up into second, takes advantage of that mistake from Zanotti, and that went exactly how he would hope it would. And so now 5 seconds behind Lundvall. He's got a bit of work to do to catch up to him, but at the pace that Cameron Barker's been running, he has a real good shot at it.
And you see how Zanotti is having issues. He may have had, he may have maybe not broken the steering, but I think the car is not 100%.
I do know that whenever you are driving and you drive over grass, the grass will stick to these very, very sticky race tires. And both R-Factor 2, Assetto Corsa, most of the major sims can account for that, and so I think perhaps a bit of the wiliness we're seeing might be that. And then the other thing is he went sliding for a good ways, and so that may have heated his tires up a little bit too much. And so he might just have to calm down a little bit, let his tires cool down to a more operable temperature, and then go for it. But Zanotti, as we've seen from the previous editions of the Global Enduro Endurance series that we've been following, he's very, very good at driving the distance. And so, while yes, he's a bit twitchy at the moment, I think that he'll find his groove again. I think he's just shaken, to be honest with you. Yellow in Sector 3.
Is Vyalenko, who was coming close to Nucci, but somehow lost control on the chicane.
But he is now going again. He's trying to lap the number 51 car of Mark Wright. And now he's getting around Grant Jones in the GTE.
Grant Jones and
Okay.
Pierce Crone have come very near to each other, but not yet dangerously near.
Indeed,
Let's
second
see.
and a half. Pierce Crone still needs to get around Mark Wright, which Mark Wright's a lap down, but he's still got pace. He had an incident, slowed him down, but he's still got some pace. So passing Pierce Crone passing him is doable. He does it right there, but it takes a bit longer than with the LMP2s, for example, where they can just slam on the accelerator. They're gone. But yeah, Pierce Crone makes it around Grant Jones. Makes it around, pardon, Mark Wright, and is now pursuing Grant Jones. Second and a half behind still. He did very good to not lose any time as he was lapping Wright. Man, you can see on whenever you follow these drivers around that final corner, that hill, the cars really just kind of drop into it. You can even see some of the cars look as if the suspension rises up, and it looks, if you're not looking at the wheels, it looks as if they're getting airborne a little bit.
Whee! Pierce Crone goes wide.
Indeed, but he saves it. He manages, just using all the space, perhaps a little bit more than all the space. Being a little bit more careful around these corners now to try to not repeat. I've mentioned it before, but I've always postulated that after a incident, the most dangerous corner is the immediate next corner, because you're shaken from the first incident and you might be thinking about that. Oh shit, what did I just do? What do I need to fix? You know, what went wrong? Is there anything broken with the car? And you're not thinking about the next corner. And then, you know, perhaps your car might even be shaken up a little bit still. Yellow in sector 1. Violenko. That's Violenko at the top of the S's. That's been a spot that's been getting a lot of drivers. It's a tough spot for this track, and claims another victim as he tries to work his way around the Ferrari 488 GTE of James Paisnell now, who took over for the 64 Ferrari. Or did James Paisnell start with us? I didn't recognize the name. He's in the number 64 car.
Ooh, that's a very good question.
I didn't see a pit stop. It'd be a little early for a pit stop for the GTEs.
No, there was no pit stop, and we have, well, there isn't now one. Maximilian Reichel is in pit, of course, as soon as we say it. But no, there was no pit stop before, as far as I can see.
Okay,
and,
I don't recognize the name James Paisnell from.
And we have the same amount of racers or of cars, excuse me, that we had at the beginning.
Indeed, Maximilian Reichel, that is kind of big information. He was running in second place in GTE. He has now come into pit. He is taking his pit stop a good bit early. We're about 30 minutes into the race. Do you think there might have been an incident, or is this just strategy?
I haven't seen an incident by Maximilian Reichel, and the system doesn't show anything.
He had just a touch of rear right damage visually, but just a touch. I didn't see any major incidents, and he hadn't lost a whole lot of time beforehand. So perhaps he just came in for a touch-up. But yeah, we'll have to ask him, but we're not quite sure what happened there.
Lundvall and Barker are near to each other, but not near enough. Oh, now they're near enough, because Lundvall is at the moment behind the GTE, trying to find the way. And now
indeed, they're making their way around Prangley quite slowly.
But that allowed Parker to get very near.
Indeed, and he has the overspeed on this straight, so he's catching up and catching up. Will he make a move here? No, he gets in the brakes a little bit earlier. Trail breaks into it though, so he gets his time back.
And you can see on the onboard how bumpy this ride is and how much they take just a tiny little bit of air, which is of course not the best thing for the grip, but that's Road Atlanta for you.
Indeed, this is definitely an undulating, curvy track that flows with the change in elevation, for sure. This was not former farmland that was built on necessarily, where it's all, you know, raised down flat. This is definitely Atlanta hills, and this track shows it.
And they are again behind the GTE, but that was an easy pass for both.
Yellow in Sector 1. Oh, big yellow in Sector 1. Mark Wright has gone off at the bottom of, or it's at the bottom, about midway through the S's, to be honest with you. But he spun off through a corner, was hard into the wall, both front end and back end have heavy damage, and he's missing his rear spoiler. His rear spoiler is entirely gone. That must have been a very heavy hit. I see him making his way around now quite slowly. Again, not as slowly as Prangley had. In other news, Barker has made his first pit stop in the Signatech Alpine number 36 LMP2 car. But yeah, Mark Wright. Another spin from Mark Wright. As well, he spins it around the top of the hill on the second straight.
Quite possibly because he's... What is he doing?
Whoa, yeah, lacking a rear wing, very nearly slams into race leader Linus Lundvall, who immediately comes into the pits, probably a good precaution there. Very unsafe re-entry from Mark Wright, who is just trying to make it back now, and is now just absolutely crawling. He saw what happened whenever we went over with no rear downforce on that car. But
and
yeah,
of course
wow.
He's into pits, as is Zanotti. Interesting. We're seeing pitting quite soon.
We are. This is the track where you do expect to see a little bit more tire wear than usual, but I am still surprised at how quickly things have gone into the pits. We're seeing, Linus Lundvall is in the pits. Wayne Newton is now in the pits. Zanotti is in the pit lane as well. Nucci and Violenko notably have stayed out. They'll get some laps in first and second, and then probably inevitably we'll have to come into pit. And we'll see that shake up again. Cameron Barker is back out on track, now lapping the other drivers. Yep, there we go. But yeah, that was a bit of excitement. Probably a bit more than Linus Lundvall was bargaining for. Linus Lundvall now out on track again.
Newton and Zanotti in the pits. Mark Wright in the pits.
Mark Wright being in the pits is a bit of a battle of the back markers, but Tom Prangley now gets his lap back from Mark Wright. He's got one more lap around to go, and then he'll be on the lead lap as him, or on the same lap as him, not on the lead lap, but same lap as Mark Wright, and he'll be in a position to pass. And so yeah, it's going to be a lot of damage repair for Mark Wright. 2 heavy crashes back to back, and boy, it was almost 3, very nearly taking out our then race leader Linus Lundvall.
Violenko into pit.
In the battle of the lap times, Cameron Barker just set something alien. He had just come in pit, just came out again and set a record lap time, a 1 minute 9 second .733, which is a good, solid. Oh wow, he was actually recently beaten by Linus Lundvall, but he definitely set his personal best. Yeah, Linus Lundvall also out on track shortly after I said that. Put in a 1 minute 9.696. But so far, those are the only two drivers in this race who have put in a sub 1 minute 10 second lap time. Very cool to see.
Shane White has taken over from Wright.
Indeed, yeah, Mark Wright is in, Shane White is taking over. Shane White, I can't imagine, is terribly pleased with the performance of Mark Wright, but hey, everybody has a bad day once in a while. And what's important was they got the car fixed up. Shane White is now on track. Whoa, and Shane White getting a little bit through the S's, at the bottom of the S's.
Hey,
And
look, it's got a rear wing again.
it does have a rear wing again. They were able to reattach that, and yeah,
Nothing that
car looks.
Gavatake can't do.
Indeed, that gap looks. Oh, the gap from Tom Prangley to Shane White. They were able to get out in front of Shane White, or in front of Tom Prangley. But Tom Prangley is now back on the same lap as White.
And just to let you know, you can see it also on the display. Nucci has 0 stops, have White and Prangley. Why does White... Oh, don't tell me that R Factor 2 doesn't check the car, but it checks the driver. Oh, that would be... Because these races, as is in the WEC, it's the car that gets the penalties, it's the car that gets the pit stops, it's the car that is the important thing, because the car is the only constant in endurance races.
Indeed, that's it used to be running under the name back in the 70s. It ran under the name International Championship for Makes. It wasn't the International Championship for Drivers, it was for Makes. And it's always kept that spirit, even under the modern incarnation as the World Endurance Championship. Oh, we've got Paolo Nucci coming into the pits. As expected, he got a few laps out in the lead, but is not quite on pace today to maintain that.
Yellow in sector 1.
That might
And
just
it's
be
gone
because
again.
yeah, I think that's just because. Oh, whoa! We got a Ferrari off. We had a. It looks like James Paisnell. He's back on track now. He's none the worse for wear, but he took a bit of an unexpected pass through the grass at the top of the S's, which has been tripping everybody up today. But yeah, he was there with his 2 other Ferrari bros and got a little bit squeezed out there. Probably a bit more than he wanted to, and so he had to take a detour through the grass. Alberto Zanardi now back in the game, having just set his personal best lap time there in clean air for once. And he's unfortunately a lap down. I think you were right. I think he may have been having some car issues. But he pitted in, and he's been moving at a really good clip now. We've seen this time and time again with Zanardi. He'll just be clean and consistent, and he's really, really good in endurance because he runs the whole 4 hours. So he's a lap down right now, but we'll... of course, only time will tell, but I wouldn't count him out at all whatsoever, because he's definitely one to run the whole endurance. And man, he got blocked by the GTE Aston Martin car of Maximilian Reichel through the final turn. That's definitely a spot where you're on the edge of grip, and I think Maximilian Reichel couldn't go anywhere except for the outside, unless he wanted to spin his car. And I think that Zanotti was looking to the outside to make a move around him to get around that lower class car and just couldn't get it done.
And we're seeing Vialenko taking care of an error of Paolo Nucci and taking Nucci's position. He was inching his way quite well near to him, and Nucci went a little bit off, and of course Vialenko was at the right place at the right time. Nucci, who was running on first for a while, but of course after pits that dissipated.
Serta, this is more of a question for you. I've been, informed in the previous round that we raced, or that we commentated with VRC about the new energy remaining feature, but I'm looking at that on my screen.
Yeah, and it doesn't work, and I think it's because the track that we are taking a look at is a mod.
Oh,
it's not an official track, but it's a mod. It's the only difference I can think of at the moment from the two tracks, because I also wanted to take a look at that, and I set it up, and as you can see, it shows 0%. They are all out of fuel. This race is over. No, it isn't. So I think it's because Road Atlanta, as we're using it here, is a mod.
interesting. Yeah, positions gained or lost also doesn't work, so that's an interesting bit. A few pieces of data that we had on the last race that we don't have on this race, so apologies there, but I'm not quite sure if it's in our power to be able to fix that. So
yeah, well, no, it's not.
it's quiet on the Western Front. There's not been a lot going on in these last couple of laps. We did have that one pass, and Nucci getting ahead of... I'm sorry, Vialenko getting ahead of Nucci. But since then, not too much so far. These drivers have settled into their paces, and they're just running those and doing their best. Looks like Linus Lundvall cut track limits. He doesn't have a time set for this lap. Actually, for the last lap, so I think he cut track limits last lap. But really, that's the most exciting thing that's going on these few laps. I'm sure we'll start to see a few more battles poke up, since Lundvall is getting a bit closer to Barker slowly. Very slowly, but
and
surely.
Nucci getting closer to Vialenko, also quite slowly.
Indeed.
So at the moment, the spaces between the drivers are quite big. Lundvall has 4 seconds to Barker. Newton 39 seconds to Lundvall. Vialenko 22 seconds to Newton. Nucci 1.9 seconds, so he's eating up some time. He's getting near to Vialenko, but still there's a lot of space in between the drivers at the moment. It's it's quite the classical slump after the first round of pit stops that you get in endurance races. But hey, now that I was able to set it up, it gives you
Oh,
all opportunity to... Yeah.
Juan Del Castillo spun it in Sector 1. Actually, not in the S's, but before the S's. Oh, now he's just going straight through.
He must have some problems, some issue there.
Quite possibly.
Also, of course, no, it's not Shane White, but the one behind him is coming nearer, but I think that...
Yeah, Tom Prangley is 3 laps down from Juan Del Castillo, who himself is 2 laps down from Grant Jones. The only drivers, this is kind of surprising to me, but we're not even an hour in, and there's only 2 drivers in GTE still on the lead lap. All but 1 driver on LMP2 are still on the lead lap, so it's a much more competitive field overall in LMP2 than GTE. Yeah, Grant Jones is kind of running away with it. If it weren't for Pierce Crone, yellow in Sector 3 and Sector 2. Oh, Tom Prangley spins it at the chicane at the end of the race, and or at the end of the track, and it looks like Violenko also spun it in a similar manner in the same spot. Did they get together, perhaps?
Might be. I couldn't see anything when I pointed the camera to them.
I see no damage on Violenko's car, so I'm going to guess that was probably just 2 errors at the same time, or perhaps there was an error and then the other tried to slow down and avoid it and went into an error themselves. But no passing opportunities have been exchanged. Violenko, though, was closer to Nucci, I think.
No,
was Nucci ahead?
Nucci was near Violenko, and because of the whatever happened, I suppose, error that Violenko did, Nucci could pass him without any issues.
Well, Nucci is now looking at some very, very clean air. He's got virtually nobody in front of him for probably another lap. And yeah, that all changed because he had Tom Prangley ahead of him and Violenko ahead of him, and then all of a sudden that changed. Yellow in Sector 2. Oh, Juan Del Castillo off on the same corner. That's the braking zone into the chicane after the second straight. And yeah, Juan Del Castillo is heavily into that gravel. Talking about gravel before. There you go. And yeah, it looks like he just missed his braking zone and went off into the gravel. And it didn't collide with anything, thankfully. But,
yeah, but
he's back going again.
And he doesn't go into pits, okay.
Indeed, yeah, I wouldn't. I think, really the only issue he probably ended up with is just some dirt on the tires.
Yeah, sure, but sometimes you go off because there is some issue with the car, and then you go directly into pits if you went off near the pits.
I see. Oh, Del Castillo taking the escape road again on the S's. I think there might be an issue with that car. He is going to slow down Wayne Newton, who is coming up behind him to pass. Juan Del Castillo lets off the throttle, gets over to the side. He lets him by. Cameron Barker is your class leader in LMP2. Grant Jones in GTE. Pierce Crone is getting closer to Grant Jones. Last time we talked about those two, Pierce Crone was 8.5 seconds back. At the moment, he is 7.5 seconds back. And it's been rubber banding a little bit as they've been driving around the circuit, since they are far away enough from each other that does make a difference. But it's been rubber banding at about an average of 7.5 seconds back from Jones.
The livery looks strange.
On
Crone. Like it has a little bit of red, but I don't know.
It's a very French-looking livery.
It may be an error by the graphics of R-Factor 2, of course.
I don't think so. I think it's as it should be. He's got the Chrome Autosport up on the top of the wing. It says Duo Airlines throughout. I think it's how it should be. I think that's just the design.
Okay.
James Paisnell just had his best Sector 2 time of the race. He's been finding a groove on that Ferrari. I had to say something. He jinxes it on the exit of the chicane, but overall he's been doing better than he has been. Yellow in Sector 1. I will thumb through, see if I can see anything.
By the way, Vialenko
I
getting
see
near
Juan
to
Del
Nucci.
Castillo in the garage. That's what I see.
Oh, yeah, he's DNF'd.
Indeed. So it looks like whatever incident that was, Del Castillo didn't stay on track long enough for us to ogle at it, and he has gone into the pits and ended his race. Unfortunate, especially unfortunate for his co-driver.
Oh, Vialenko goes off as he was coming near to Nucci.
Massive slide there, massive slide. That's turn 1. Though we actually have seen a lot of issues around turn 2 and 3, which is going through right now. We haven't seen an incident on turn 1 yet, and so that's a first this time around. But that can be a tricky corner in and of itself, because again, you are on the limit of grip. You got all that speed from the big curvy straight there, but yeah, he went for a ride. My goodness. Prangley is coming into pit. The Eau Rouge white Aston Martin. Looks like fuel and tires. Fairly standard, probably his scheduled stop. This is honestly about where we expected the pit stops to come for the GTE.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. The LMP2 go faster, so they go through their tires and their fuel a little bit quicker. We're expecting that around the 30-minute mark, or the 45-minute mark. But the GTE,
which was kind of the moment that they went in.
Yeah, the GTEs though, we saw GTEs pitting in as early as 30 minutes in, which is about half of the distance that we were expecting that they would go. So I don't know, maybe the fuel economy is just worse in Georgia. Gas is cheaper, so they'll fuel up more. Yeah, I can't. Gas prices over here in the U.S. have been going up pretty steadily since.
And you're still a lot lower than us in Europe.
Right, that's the thing. I still feel like I don't have any right to complain because I know how gas prices are in the rest of the world.
Oh, yellow in Sector 3.
That looks like... that looked like Vyalenko. Yeah, that's Andrei Vyalenko. Spinning
Whee! Again
at the entrance of the chicane in Sector 3. That Cyberlink's fire team has... they're only running one car today. They had been running multiple cars beforehand. It looks like they didn't have quite the driver turnout to run two cars, and so we're actually seeing the Cyberlink's ice livery, but it is being driven by Vyalenko, who I believe was driving the Cyberlink's fire stuff. So it's showing Cyberlink's fire on our spotter's guides, but you're seeing that purple and blue and teal.
What we can see very well in the images over and over again when we get a view, a trackside view, is first of all how bumpy this ride is, but second of all how often these cars take air And that, of course, is something that you don't really want because you lose grip, but that's how Road Atlanta is.
Indeed. The way that you affect that and mitigate that through car setup, and probably what a lot of these drivers have done, is you stiffen the rebound and soften the springs. So it's got more like, because if you go through a bump, you bump up and down on that, you need the springs to be able to take that up and down, to where it doesn't just rattle your car off the road. But then as you're going down on that compression, right, you want the car to be, you don't want the car to land and then just like scrape on the ground, because that creates friction and you lose time. And so they'll often stiffen the rebound on that and the dampers. So as the car comes down, the springs compress, right, and they need to compress, but then you want to like have a spot where it hits and doesn't go any further than that, so they'll raise those.
So, as we were saying, at the moment, not many battles going on. The drivers are all racing their own race, so to speak, and we pass the first hour of this race, 3 hours remaining, and we have yellow in sector 1.
Violenko, big spin from Violenko around the oh goodness, where is that? That's the top of the S's. Yep, that is definitely the top of the S's, and that was a hard hit in the wall. Yeah, Violenko DNF'd, and oh man, that's a rough one. They've been having a hard time driving that car on this track. It could come down to setup, to be honest with you, because they've done quite well, to manage that team's cars through the rest of these rounds. But Road Atlanta is a bit of a different beast, in the toll that it takes on cars. And there's certainly a driving style that it benefits and a driving style that doesn't do so well on it. And I think they may have been a combination of all of those factors, but the cones are strewn everywhere along that along that part of the track. So that's a bit of a hint as to what went on there. Linus Lundvall had been getting closer to a while ago, but ever since then, Barker's found a groove. Linus Lundvall has lost it a little bit, and so he is 15.5 seconds back. So Cameron Barker is feeling pretty confident. Also confident is Pierce Crown. Looks like Dino Pereira took over for Grant Jones in the Corvette racing car. So that's why you're not seeing him in the lead, because they pitted in for a driver change there. Yellow in sector 2 briefly. Oh yes, looks like Tom Prangley in the Aston Martin Rouge car. He is off at the end of
off and stopped.
Yeah, he's stopped at the end of the second straight into the chicane. A lot of drivers have been going off there, and that was not what they wanted.
That doesn't look good. Him
no, it
just
doesn't.
Stop there,
because he's not moving. Dino Pereira in the Corvette has now passed Ed Bailey, who took over for Pierce Crone. They pitted in, and so now both of your leaders in GTE have made their driver changes. Their first round of driver changes, notably. Another yellow in sector 2. I'm not seeing much. I think we may have just had a slight off track, but
no, but it's staying. It's Prangley. It's still Prangley.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Who seems to have a technical issue.
Prangley's not in sector 2.
Okay. Prangley seems to be having an issue, as if you look at the car as we are seeing right now, he brakes, moves the car, brakes, moves the car. So it may be something with his racing wheel.
Oh, that's very possible. Yeah, his hardware may have failed for sim racing, which you can attribute to a mechanical fault. There's another issue in R Factor 2 that can happen where if you stall the car, you have to restart it, and you have to have the ignition held down and then push the starter. Well, by default, there's not a button mapped. As far as I'm aware, there's not a button mapped for the ignition and starter in R Factor 2. And so if you don't have that mapped to a button, it can be hard to get it going. You've got to go through some menus. But it looks like Tom Prangley's moving again. Slowly, but he's rolling. This is the same issue that we saw the first time he went off.
What? No, he stopped again?
I think he's just waiting for the
Okay.
other drivers.
Good boy.
Safer.
Good driver.
Yes.
Good man.
But yeah, in that time, we've had some driver change. Dina Pereira, Ed Bailey. Reichel has stayed out. James Paisnell has stayed out. Shane White took over a bit ago for Mark Wright. White and Wright.
And and by the way, you were saying about the differences, the space in between the different cars. They may not mean anything at all, as they may be on different strategies. And the car that is now, I don't know, 1 second away from the other, it's only being so far away because it has more fuel and maybe even different tires, and therefore it won't go into pit as much as the other car. So in the middle of an endurance race, it's always difficult to know which strategy the drivers are on, and therefore if those differences really make a difference.
Indeed, but we do have to commentate and observe the race we're seeing.
We tells us as we see as.
Yep. I'm looking at the overall timing screen, and Violenko retired a few laps ago. Pereira and Ed Bailey, now Maximilian Reichel, are just getting around the point where they're passing Violenko. So you'll see, Violenko was, even at the time, running a lap down whenever he went off, and so now you can just see how many laps, how much time it took for the GTEs to run the same distance that the LMP2 cars have run. They're just now reaching what had been achieved by Violenko ages ago.
Barker about to lap. I think it's gonna be Zanotti.
Indeed, we had a temporary yellow in Sector 1. I'm pretty sure that's Tom Prangley again.
Yeah.
Yep. That's at the end of the S's, that final corner.
It looks like the gods of USB are not smiling down on Tom Prangley.
Quite possibly, yeah. Because it looks like he lost control there at the end of the corner. I'd have to attribute that to hardware. I can't think of much else, but we'll certainly ask.
And by the way, if you are interested in taking part of these races, I'm posting the link to the Global Enduro Discord as we speak on the chat, so that if you are not part of Global Enduro and would be interested in these or Assetto Corsa Competizione races, then you can get to the Discord, say hi, choose your poison, and start racing with these guys. Yep, she would.
Barker's been trucking away, putting down some absolutely great lap times throughout. Linus Lundvall as well, but it just hasn't been enough consistency from Lundvall to catch Barker. Barker's been a bit of a come from behind experience. We've seen through all of the other races, been Zanotti over and over again, who's been the dominant driver. But Cameron Barker's really strutting his stuff here on this American track. We're at Sebring last time around, and we're at Road Atlanta this time around. And Sebring is a very flat track, and it's very bumpy as well. But it's certainly much flatter and a bit. What's a good word? What's the word I'm looking for here? It's different from Road Atlanta.
Oh, by a lot.
By a lot.
Also,
yeah.
What real life drivers tell you, and the sims have also very well. Sebring has big pieces that are not on tarmac. They are made of concrete, and they are incredibly bumpy, incredibly difficult to drive, because the grip on concrete as compared to the grip on tarmac is completely different.
For sure.
By the way, Lundvall in pits.
Yes, indeed. Lundvall in pits. Previously your second place car, and now Newton takes over. Let's see. Oh, big hit. That is Shane White on the final corner. He is off, and then we pass him. He's passing Prangley, stopped on the track. Yeah, big run in with the wall. And the way we see the car moving, I think that was a matey bada boom. Ooh. Yeah, that was rough. He's going real slow now.
Yeah.
Very hard hit.
Lundvall
Linus
left.
Lundvall.
What?
Yeah. What's going on with Linus Lundvall? He had been
that may be a technical issue on the change of driver. I remember from past races that sometimes the driver change of R Factor 2 didn't work as well as it should, which is surprising, as it's been used for, at least that I know, 5 to 7 years for endurance races. In any way, while we are talking Discords, you can also come to the RomRom Discord and say hi, discuss with us and other people about real life races, about your favorite sim, about anything that has to do with racing or sim racing, and sometimes we also talk about everything and anything.
Here's something that has to do with sim racing. Tom Prangley has officially DNF'd. He had been parked out on the start-finish straight for a moment, unable to get his car to move. But he has now given up and called it quits, and I can't say I blame him. Looks like he had been fighting a lot of technical issues there.
Barker in pits.
Yeah, Barker is now in the pits. That's your leader.
This is Shane White.
Yeah, Linus Lundvall is losing a lot of time if he's not properly retired, and is trying to make a driver change. If they did make a driver change and they're now in the pits, they are registering as a DNF, so I think they might have botched it. Cameron Barker's still maintaining the lead. He's got quite the gap ahead of Newton. It wasn't near this gap in front of Linus Lundvall when they were battling against each other. Only about 30 seconds there, which would have caught up with him by now. But of course, Linus Lundvall out of the running. Cameron Barker is now moving. Wayne Newton 17 seconds behind, 16 seconds, 15. It'll be a race out of the pit lane, but it'll probably be Barker out in front still. But it will put Wayne Newton in a position to strike. But I can't imagine that Wayne Newton has much left in the tank either, and will probably be coming in himself. So Cameron Barker's lead overall for the race probably pretty safe now that Lundvall is out of the way.
Oh, the Tom Prangley is writing in our chat. The button box kept turning the car off.
Oh man, I had talked about the potential for mishaps with button setups regarding the ignition and starter. That's one I hadn't predicted, but certainly a valid one.
Yeah. Oh bother! And he says he preferred to leave the race before he caused an accident because of that. Oh, what a pity. Well, Tom, you are invited to keep watching the race here, as unluckily you are not part of the race anymore. Tom, who we know from other races, is quite a good driver. He is knowledgeable in these kind of races, and it's I think it's a good idea if your button box keeps acting out that you just go out of the race. More's the pity. Newton in the pits, as you were rightly expecting. And still we have a lot of time difference between the drivers.
Wayne Newton's been in the pits for a minute now. Literally, he's been in the pits for a minute now.
Well, maybe it's a big pit stop, even maybe with some repairs. What do I know?
Indeed. Oh, driver change there. Kyle Vesa, Jackie Chan DC racing car. Kyle Vesa takes over for Wayne Newton. He's a new driver to this series. Wayne
As
Newton,
far as I remember, yes.
Yeah, Wayne Newton we've had in all of the drives so far, but this is Kyle Vesa's first time out in this championship. But Wayne Newton put him in a pretty good spot. Kyle Vesa comes out in third. Paolo Nucci's worked his way on up. He's in second. Again, he's due for another pit stop, but it'll be good.
Exactly.
It'll be some good points.
Was about to say that Nucci's in a good position, because remember that he pitted late.
That's true.
That his first pit stop was quite late. I suppose his second will be too. Oh, and Tom, you're welcome. We love to comment the races by Global Enduro, as any follower, subscriber of Rum knows.
And Tom Prangley, if you would like to pop in and commentate with us, I'm inviting you.
What?
Yeah.
How dare you?
We'll pop you into the commentator's box, and you can tell us about how things are out there.
And how does it feel?
Absolutely. I did a couple of test laps around myself in the Corvette. I think I was driving the C8 though, but it was a fun time. I like driving that track.
Zanotti into pits.
Indeed, as expected. He is now 2 laps down from the leader. Not where he's Not where I would have predicted he'd be at the start of this race.
On the other hand, we only have 3 LMP2s still on the race. 4. My bad.
Yeah, we've
4.
got 4. Linus Lundvall was off. Andrei Vyalenko is off. The other drivers are still in. Barker, Nucci, now Vesa, and Zanatti. Our only driver change so far has been swapping Wayne Newton out for Kyle Vesa.
On LMPs, yes.
On LMPs, yes. Zanatti now out. That pit stop was 1 minute and 5 seconds.
Seems that around a minute is the standard for LMPs. They don't seem to be doing splash and dash.
Indeed. At this stage of the race, since we're running the distance, you want to fill up a tank. If you're coming in, you might as well do the full service. Ed Bailey about 8.5 seconds off of Dino Pereira. So we've gone through over an hour now, over an hour and 20, and since about an hour, Ed Bailey and Pierce Krohn, driving that Krohn Autosport Ferrari, have been right behind at about 7 to 10 seconds, right behind the Corvette racing car of Dino Pereira and Grant Jones.
What a pity. Out of the 13 cars that started, we have 4 already that have DNF'd. What is interesting is how much space there is between the different cars. I wasn't expecting it, as the drivers all in all are similar to each other. Here and there there's one or the other driver that is exceedingly better or not as good as the others, but most are quite near to each other. But Road Atlanta is a tricky one, is one that you have to know how to take. Beza coming on Bailey, I think. No, Pereira, and overtaking, of course. Yeah, Pereira getting a little bit squirrely there.
Indeed, if he keeps making a lot more of those mistakes, and Ed Bailey can just absolutely master that Ferrari in second, maybe we'll have a race.
I expect when we get near to the 1 hour mark that things are gonna start leveling up, especially if we are on the last or one before last pit stop, as then the strategies are gonna equalize each other. At least that's what all drivers hope, and we're gonna see then many more fights. Because at the moment we have Nucci about over a minute away from Barker, Vesa 44 seconds away from Nucci. Zanotti even a lap down compared to Vesa. And then we have Bailey 9 seconds away from Pereira, which has stayed quite similar all the time. But Maximilian Reichel 48 seconds away. Paisnell 76, over a minute away from Reichel. Shane White then as the last, surprisingly, 5 laps down from Paisnell. Nucci into pits. And let's see if Nucci is gonna come out a minute after a minute.
Yep, Nucci is rolling again. Looks like crosses the timer line and yep, 1 minute and 10 seconds stop.
Yeah,
Zanotti
so kind of standard.
Yeah, Zanotti had a stop that was about 5 seconds faster, and he beat him out.
May mean something, may mean nothing, as Zanotti put, I don't know, 10 kilo more fuel inside or whatever. I mean, the change of tires and the refueling go at the same speed for every driver, as the simulations do not simulate a pit stop. Which was it? I think it was Project Cars that sometimes, where sometimes you got the message that, whoop, there was a little error here, and then you waited longer. So we had yellow, but I cannot recognize why. A Kyle Vesa, maybe? If it was Kyle, I don't see anything on the car.
Oh, we got car off. We've got. I'm looking at Kyle Vesa. Kyle Vesa's missing his rear wing. I see no other damage on the car, but there's a
exactly
significant lack of wing.
Yeah, so he was. We had yellow, and he was. He was then the one that was off, and he's having difficulties getting the car controlled. Which on LMP2s, the loss of the rear wing is even worse than on GTEs, as LMPs are downforce beasts.
Okay, I'm looking at it. He's got some scrape damage on the front left and the very minimal scrape damage on the rear left. So that would have been a left side hit, probably a harder hit on the front, and then just kind of bounced it into the rear left. Not quite sure where that would have taken place, but it would have been consistent. You said that was Sector 2, right? Or Sector 1? Oh, Sector 2. Okay, that would have been consistent with the end of the S's.
Vesa, of course, into pits, and Nucci gets Vesa's position without any fight.
Indeed.
And Nucci, it's quite possible as that Zanotti is going to take the position too, as he is about 40 seconds away, and Vesa will be in pits more than the normal 1 minute.
Yeah, and that'll be the first time since the beginning of the race that, or I guess since the first time of pit stops, that Zanotti will be in the podium position. 2 hours, 31 minutes left to go. There's a lot of strategizing still going on. I've entered a racing series myself, actually.
Which one would that be?
I found one called Real Life Esports, and the series is filled up. I think entries are now closed, but there's actually a race at Road America today, so I'm missing round 1. Off to a good start.
Ooh!
Oh!
Who was that?
Yeah, yellow in Sector 1, that looked like one of the GTEs.
Shane White.
Shane White, yep. In the Sylvan Motorsports car. Looks like, thankfully for them, no collision damage. But he sure went for a spin, didn't he?
Yep. That was a nice, at least 180 if I saw it correctly.
Well, extra points if it was Tony Hawk, but we are in a racing sim. But yeah, I built a pretty nice livery to drive it in, or to drive in.
And now you cannot drive because you are commentating this race, so I thank you as always for this.
Yeah, I missed the first race, but I knew that I would, so I feel okay about it. But I sent you some pictures if you want to take a moment and take a look at it. I will monitor, and Kyle Vesa has spent a good deal of time in the pits repairing that damage. Longer than I would have even suspected. He's been in the pits for 2 minutes, 47 seconds now. No sign of stopping. The wing actually just got reattached, just as I say something. Alright, 2 minutes and 50 seconds. That was 3 minutes, just about, that he was in there for.
Maximilian Reichel in pits.
Indeed. Yeah, Reichel actually just leaving the pit box now. 45-second pit stop.
Nucci being lapped. I suppose by Barker. Yeah. So now Barker has 2 laps at least over all the others. But let me check the stops. No, Barker, Nucci, Zanotti all have 2 stops. On the other hand, yeah, Pereira and Bailey are shown as 0 stops because for whatever reason our Factor 2 is showing the stops of the drivers. Ugh.
Yeah, well, we'll just have to write it down and keep it in mind ourselves. Alrighty, I'm going to keep you guys updated. It's Cameron Barker in first, Paolo Nucci in second, Zanotti in third, Vesa in fourth for LMP2, and that rounds out your LMP2 field. A very small turnout today, unfortunately. We had 2 more drivers, but unfortunately Linus Lundvall and Andrei Violenko are DNFs in that category. Dino Pereira is leading GTE. Him and Grant Jones have been dominant in GTE this championship. Ed Bailey is in second, driving with Pierce Crone. They've been doing quite well. Unfortunately, they DNF'd at Sebring, but it's looking, so far, knock on wood, that that they're doing a good bit better, being a bit more consistent this time around. Maximilian Reichel is in third in the Works Aston Martin GTE car. James Paisnell in fourth in the number 64 Ferrari. Very minimalist red livery, that one. Shane White, Sylvan Motorsports, they've had a little bit of an issue throughout the race, but they're managing. They're hanging on, 5 laps down from Pereira and Jones. But Shane White is running in 5th, and that's your field. Cars out on track. Oh, this has been a really, really great series. I've been enjoying this. R-Factor 2 is not my sim of choice typically, but it's got its merits, and I do quite love it. Specifically, I love it for its multi-class endurance racing capabilities. And this series, this Global Enduro series, has been absolutely the epitome of everything that R-Factor 2 is capable of. So I've quite enjoyed this series. It's been great, and yeah, I'm a little bit bittersweet for it to end after the next round because I've been enjoying it. But Global Enduro always has something up their sleeve, and so we'll have more in the works for you guys to enjoy.
Be it Assetto Corsa Competizione or R-Factor 2, by the way.
Indeed. But if you're a driver and you are watching your teammates drive through the stream, then yeah, it's awesome to see and it's nice to have you. If you are just looking for some sim racing content to enjoy, and you've got us on while you're sneezing,
Bless
pardon
ya.
me. If you've got us on while you are doing homework or working or just having a relaxing Saturday, it's awesome to have you along with us. As we've been going, you have been on board with the leader, Cameron Barker, and Barker's been very, very consistent throughout. His best lap was a 1 minute 9.725. His last lap, a second slower, 1 minute 10.793. He's found a good race pace that works for him, and his thing that's helped him throughout is he's been running 1 minute 10s, 1 minute 11s, 1 minute 10s, 1 minute 11s, and that's worked very well for him. Other drivers have been pushing and getting up there, and they're able to do
We have yellow.
well. We do have a yellow in sector 1. It looks like it's gone. Oh, Shane White. That's last place in GTE right now, Shane White. And yeah, spins at the top of the S's, which is a spot that's a sentence I've said a lot, essentially. That's a spot that's been tough for a lot of drivers. But yeah, thanks for coming along with us. Cameron Barker's been doing very well on pace, especially, so. That's why he's in first. Palanucci is in second. He was spending a good bit of time there at the back. I was kind of worried since his pace has always been, great throughout most of the races. He's been, battling for podiums throughout most of these races in this championship. And, well, here he is. Just as expected, but just took him a little bit longer this time to get there. Zanotti as well, he had to capitalize on some mistakes of other drivers this time around to get up to a podium position, but he's done it. He's in the podium position, helped along by the
DNFs of the others.
Yeah, the DNFs, the lack of entries for this race as well. But yeah. Been doing good. Let's check in on the GTE cars. Dina Pereira, still leading in GTE. Ed Bailey, oh, we got a car spun. I had just talked about Nucci, and it looks like he spun it at the corner before the second straightaway. And so now he is going again, but that slowed him down a little bit. If he's trying to catch Cameron Barker, that's Not great for him, but Zanotti, who's got a good ways to go, but certainly possible to catch Nucci. Zanotti will be much more happy about that. And now Nucci is stuck behind.
Zanotti, who's riding the curbs quite hard.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Zanotti has been on a tear lately. He put down 1 minute 10.824 this last lap. Kyle Vasa 1 minute 10.519 behind him. So we've got some drivers who are getting closer, catching up to each other.
Ooh, none of these drivers are beginners or bad at that.
Right, absolutely. Bailey's slipping a little bit from Dina Pereira. Not for lack of trying, certainly, but it looks like his lap times have dipped down a little bit more than he'd like. He's running at about 9.5 seconds behind.
He took that curve quite hard. Eesh.
Ed Bailey did, yeah. You feel that as a driver driving around. These suspension setups are very, very stiff, so you go over one of those bumps and it's like you've been punched in the butt.
And no matter what wheel you're using, you feel that on the force feedback, because that one was quite a ride.
Indeed.
That's, by the way, something that you avoid when you have a DD wheel, because you notice them much stronger. As the torque of the wheel is much stronger. But yeah, at the moment Cameron Barker is having an easy ride. Nucci being 2 laps behind him. Pereira also, because the time, the distance from Bailey is consistent at around 9 seconds. But of course, being only 9 seconds away means that you cannot afford any big issue. You can afford a little bit of small errors, but don't do any big ones, because you're gonna get shafted.
Indeed, Chrono Autosport has been consistently finishing behind the Corvette racing team, but they've definitely kept them honest. They cannot slack at all, Dina Pereira and Grant Jones.
So chaps, we're keeping quiet because we don't have much to explain or to tell you at the moment. Oh, and as I say it...
Zanotti, a DNF. Zanotti apparently had an incident in Sector 3 of some form. It must have been fairly serious. But Zanotti has retired from this race.
Bother.
Wow. Your championship leader having his race ended prematurely.
he was riding the curbs quite heavily, as I said.
Oh, I think it might have caught up to him because, my goodness, it's not great there.
So now the fight for the podium on LMP2s has gotten much easier because unluckily there's only 3 LMP2s still in the race.
Yeah, Zanotti won Silverstone, he won Sebring, and this race, you know, he had been working his way up. I'm not sure he would have been able to catch the dominant performance that we've seen from Cameron Barker, but yeah, he's worked his way up pretty well, and dang, sucks to see.
Yeah, true.
But that's the call of endurance racing. That you've got to be really pretty much perfect for an extended period of time in order to win, and then in order to even finish, you can't have a big mistake like that.
Oh yeah, endurance racing is an absolute different beast than standard racing like Formula 1 or every other kind of race, as you have to be fast and you have to be consistently fast, and at the same time you should not be too fast because the race takes 4 hours. You want to be economical with the fuel and with the tires, but still be fast. Remember, you want to win the race, so it's very difficult.
Shane White had a slight off in Sector 2. He's back now. I don't think it was too bad. But that car's been carrying some damage for a bit now.
Yeah. It's got a blue eye.
Yep. Man, Zanotti DNFing makes the LMP2 race this time around a whole lot more boring, because, you know, we've had a come from behind standout of Cameron Barker, which is in and itself exciting that we've got a driver come from basically out of nowhere to dominate the race. But on the other hand, it's not like there's a big battle for the lead at the moment. Paolo Nucci is 2 laps down. Kyle Vesa is 4 laps down. And that's all of LMP2. All that's left of LMP2. Half the field's gone. We already didn't start with too many, but this has been kind of a rough ride for the LMP2 category in this championship.
Absolutely.
This round. We had a great turnout at oh goodness, where was it? At Silverstone. But Sebring, it was decent, and in this one it's been downright abysmal, to be honest with you. Do wish we had more drivers out on tap. I kind of miss the other Cyberlinks racing team. Cyberlinks Racing Ice and Fire were those 2 cars, and we're only running the ice livery this time around. But I kind of miss the other guys.
On the other hand, it's an issue that many of these sim racing series have been having. Now that many luckily have been vaccinated against COVID, and people are using the time to get out to enjoy being out of the house where they were hunched in for so long. So of course, people who had been sim racing before now prefer to be out taking some fresh air.
Well, lucky me, my sim rig is right next to an openable floor-to-ceiling window, so I can go out and get fresh air by just sticking my head out while I'm driving. How about
yeah, but
that?
that's something different. Like now concerts are taking place again. Hallelujah. By the way, I'm going to a concert tomorrow.
Hey, exciting.
The only European musician who has been nominated for a Grammy in the R&B section.
Oh, who's that?
Bernhoft. You wouldn't expect it. That's a freaking Norwegian guy doing fantastic Blue-Eyed Soul.
Nice.
Very funky guy. I think he's got already 6 albums out. Enormous musicianship and always fun to watch. I've been already in 2 of his concerts, so you know that I do like his music. But it's gonna be my first concert in a long while.
Yeah, I went to a Sylvan Esso concert with my girlfriend a little under a month now, I think. And that was our first concert since COVID hit. And it was a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
Also because the musicians, they do love to play for other people, and therefore, I mean, you don't become a real musician doesn't play for money. He plays just to get that vibe and that energy.
Barker has come into the pits. He made a 44-second pit stop, and he is just now starting his outlap. But he comes out still well ahead, although Paolo Nucci gets back to being just 1 lap down as opposed to 2.
Whee!
Well, they're nothing if not consistent. Dina Pereira and Ed Bailey have maintained the same gap for over an hour now. Even when it was Pierce Crone and Grant Jones behind the wheel of both of those cars, it was still a very similar gap. And
Yeah,
they had
it's
a little bit of
around 9 seconds all the time.
They had a little bit of switching up during the pit stops, last round of pit stops, but
No surprise there.
no surprise there, and they're back to where they were, and they're going to stay back to where they were if nothing major changes. This is interesting. Dina Pereira is, with all the other LMP2 drivers out, Dina Pereira is up into 4th place overall for the race. And so there are, overall standings that are given out, and there's class standings. And so, hey, maybe for the Corvette Racing, or I've been calling them Corvette Racing because that's what they look like. They're in a Corvette. They're in the Corvette Racing livery. Their team thing says Corvette Racing. Their actual name of Grant Jones and Dina Pereira is Matrix Racing. So I'm looking at the standings, so I'll call them that, and then I'll go back to calling them Corvette Racing because I'm going to promptly forget again. But Matrix Racing has been, out ahead. They've been dominant in their class, of course. They've won every single round. They're poised to win this one. They're also running in 4th place overall. And so they're definitely going to be finishing ahead of several LMP2 teams. Certainly all of the LMP2 teams that failed to show up today, they'll be finishing ahead of. And even several that are on track today that have DNF'd. So I'm kind of reminded of those few times in the history of Le Mans where a GT car has beaten the prototypes. Of course, the first time was in 1979 when a Porsche 935 won overall. And then there was 1995 with the McLaren F1 GTR, and then there was 1998 with the Porsche 911 GT198. Of course, there was the dour 962 LM, which was technically a GT car, but also really not because it was a Porsche 962. They just kind of like, hey, here's like 10 road cars. We're definitely going to make more. Can we register it as a road car? And they're like, sure.
Exactly.
I guess so. But they've tightened things up a little bit. I was really hoping Hypercar would have road-going homologation cars, because that would be awesome to see a Toyota GR010 on the road. But
well, I think the new hypercar status, they need to produce at least 20 road cars.
Do they?
Yeah,
I think they dropped that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there won't be a road car version, unfortunately. But when it was first...
they've been fiddling around with the rules so much that I've lost track.
Mm-hmm.
Like they didn't know what to do after they closed shop with the LMP1, which was an understandable decision, because there was only Toyota racing at the end, so it was easy to know who was going to win. At least with regards to the company. So, but they've been thinking about how to bring it back, bring the whole racing thing back, and they're fiddling around. Oh, by the way, Bailey now 7 seconds away from Pereira, so at least though he won a couple of seconds. Let's see how it continues.
Absolutely, and I'm looking at it, and it doesn't look like Ed Bailey got much faster. It looks more like Dina Pereira got a bit slower. And so Ed Bailey's just been nice and consistent as he's gone, and Dina Pereira just faltered a little bit.
Maybe a fuel thing.
Oh, that's possible. That is possible that maybe they're getting a little bit close to the end. Because those two drivers especially, have been out on track for a long time. Maximilian Reichel as well. I haven't talked about him too much. He's a lap down, but he is in third in the Aston Martin works car.
But on the other hand, I was gonna say those 7 seconds are staying steady. Nope, no, it's 6.
Hello, boys.
Jenny!
Hey!
I'm so sorry for the late start today.
No worries. Welcome to the stream.
Thank you. I'm very excited.
Well, I'm sorry to say, Wayne Newton crashed lap 1, and it looked like they're... I'm kidding. They exchanged with Kyle Vesa a little bit ago, and they're running in third. Cameron Barker is in first. He is a lap ahead of Paolo Nucci and then Kyle Vesa. And unfortunately, we've had a bit of a heartbreak. Alberto Zanotti had a crash in Sector 1, I believe it was, a heavy crash, and DNF'd. He had won the previous 2 rounds.
Yeah.
And, is
Wow.
poised to win the championship, but no finishing points for him today.
Oh, that's going to be painful for the overall standings.
Indeed. More predictable.
Getting into pits.
Indeed, more predictable. Dana Pereira is in first place. Him and Grant Jones have been dominating this series so far, and they're doing pretty much the same. Ed Bailey just pitted in, but he has been running consistently 7 to 10 seconds behind Dina Pereira. He's sharing that car with Pierce Crone. They may have a driver change here in this pit stop. They may not. We'll keep you guys updated. Maximilian Reichel is in third. James Paisnell is in a Ferrari, and he is in sixth. Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the 6 on the side of his car. Freudian slip instead of the 4th. There instead of 6th. Shane White is in 5th, rounding out the GTE cars that are currently on class. Tom Prangley, unfortunately, had an issue with his button box where the button had some wires crossed and it kept turning his car off.
Oh no.
Intermittently. So he would be driving down the road and the button box would activate the wrong button without him pressing it, and it would just turn the engine off and he'd have no power.
And Pereira now also into pits. By the way, yes, there was a change of driver in the Krone car.
Yes,
Now,
Pierce
Piers
Crone
is driving it.
out on track. And he's gonna... Go ahead.
I did not think. I thought Pierce Crone left the series. I didn't know he was back in.
I hadn't heard about that one way or another.
Yeah, he wrote something, but yeah, then he, at the next race he was back again. So I don't know.
Well, he's back.
Maybe he and Bailey had an exchange of words, and a nice exchange of words, because Ed is an extremely polite person. So it may be that Ed convinced him to come back, or it may be that we misunderstood it. I don't know.
Right.
I'd love to be on a fly on the wall for that conversation. But one thing's for sure, Pierce Crone is in the car, and it must be paying off fairly well, because he's running in 2nd. He is now 6 seconds away from Grant Jones, who just took over for Pereira. We've got a yellow in Sector 2. I'm going to flip through, see if there's anything there. I don't...
Oh, so the GTEs
Shane
have
White.
a really good race.
Yeah, the GTEs have been doing pretty well. We're just now shaking things up a bit. Yeah, Shane White, it looks like at the end of the first straightaway, or perhaps at the beginning of the second straightaway, I think Shane White had a bit of an incident. But
they're not having the
now.
best of races, that team.
No, they're having one of the worst of races, I would say. Oh, locking up the tires going into the
he
chicane.
would almost have gone into Grant Jones, who was the first on first position. So, yee.
Indeed. How much did Krone Autosport pay for that? No, I believe them that it was just a mistake, because we've actually seen that exact same mistake from that exact same car, and to be fair, several others in that exact same spot. Lots of drivers have been misjudging that braking zone and taking a detour into
that
gravel.
chicane is also. I mean, you come. It's going down, and it's so easy to mistake the braking point. Ooh, Krone 3 seconds away now from Jones. There may have been a change in strategy, or the strategy is to now go hard, go fast, try to get into first, because from 6 seconds when he started the stint to 3 seconds now, just a couple of laps, that's a big one.
You do remember the issue that we had with Shane White. I think Grant Jones was trying to be a bit cautious on that front, and so I think he lost a little bit of time there.
Yeah, but still, I mean, Krone is eating up. He's now 2.8 seconds away, so he is a new best lap time by Krone.
Indeed, new best lap time for any GTE car by Krone, not just a personal best. But yeah, he just kicked butt there.
Yeah, he decided now it's the time to go eat up some seconds.
Indeed, Krone is a very experienced driver, of course, running his own racing team. He runs in this series in HHRL, which is Happy Hour Racing League. They do full recreation of the NASCAR series, which today I think is the last day of the NASCAR season. So they're at Homestead today. But anyways, Pierce Crone is reeling in Jones as they go. He's just set, on this lap he set another fastest Sector 1 time. A little bit slower than he was in Sector 2, but that is still faster than everybody else.
And he's only 2 seconds away now. Even
Yes.
At some points dropping into less than 2 seconds away. So clearly they may have loaded less fuel, or they decided that after the 2-hour mark they were going to be more aggressive in the driving. I don't know.
I think that latter one is probably the case. We're just past the halfway mark. They still have 2 hours left to go in this race. I don't think that they would have done less fuel, because then they would have to pit earlier.
True that.
But I do think that what you're seeing is probably just Pierce Crone just giving it the beans.
Yeah, being less conservative, which on the other hand will consume more fuel and eat up the tires faster.
Do you think they may have
Into
switched to
pits.
soft?
Coming, it's something that I cannot see. Let me check.
Paolo Nucci is in the pits. He's been in the pits for 23 seconds. Typically, the LMP2 pit stops have been taking about a minute, minute 5 to minute 10, thereabout.
The system here is saying hard, but we know from other races that we cannot rely on the live timing. So it says hard.
It's almost surprising. This is a great track for the soft tires too.
Yeah. Yeah,
It
so
is
as I was saying, as I was saying, the system here is not reliable. So these hard, take it with a big pinch of salt.
This is the first track that I drove in R Factor 2, and it was so fun.
Yeah.
So I was excited to hear about this race today here.
This track really does feel like a roller coaster. In a lot of ways. It's got those undulating hills that it goes up and down, and it doesn't cut through them, it just rolls with them.
And I think now it's time to take a closer look at this fight for the first position. Battle for first. 1 second behind Grant Jones is Pierce Crone.
Oh my gosh, he's right there.
Yeah.
It's exciting for halfway into the race to have such a close battle.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting those until about 1 hour before the end of the race, so hey.
Zampini took over for Nucci. So Andrea Zampini is now in second place. They're 3 laps down from Barker, so he's got a lot of work to do if he wants to get a win. But he's certainly there.
And I'm keeping the onboard. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Serta. Does Barker have a teammate, or is he by himself?
Seeing as they've driven more than half the... I'm going to assume Barker is racing by himself.
Okay.
4 hours racing. Whew.
Yeah.
I am...
Audi would have been doing the same.
Yeah. I already on races of longer than half an hour, I start sweating, especially if they are intense races. I start sweating like there's no tomorrow. So 4 hours, whew. Well, on the other hand, maybe with a little bit of luck, maybe with a little bit of luck, I would get my my kilos, my lockdown kilos gone. Oh, and I have to kill a spammer.
Oh, yes, fun. Your girls will do what you say.
Oh.
Gotta love it. Well, here the cars will drive around in a circle, and Cameron Barker's doing a very good job at that. Now 3 laps ahead of everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
And he's actually been doing all of that with rear right damage. Last time he pitted in, he actually didn't bother to repair that damage. He opted to keep it and stay out. So clearly it isn't affecting the car all that much.
Ooh. Ah, okay. I was saying Krone going wide. No, he was just letting the LMP2 pass.
Indeed, but he did get a little bit squirrely as he was letting off the gas at the top of the hill, and that's really where you want the forward momentum to carry you, because if you let off, then you've got very little grip because you're up at the top of the hill. It's like you go over the top of a roller coaster and it lifts you up off your seat a little bit. Same situation there, but with tire grip, and so you got a little bit squirrely, but he fixed it, and now he is continuing to reel in Grant Jones. Both of them locking tires through the S's, seeing a little bit of smoke coming up there as they're both racing on the limit. Here's Cameron Barker to try to get around them both, spoil it for just a second, and then he'll be moving along in the straight. We'll watch him just, boom, push the button, and it just goes. But yeah, Pierce Krone less than a second and a half away from.
And now only a second behind, and eating up those seconds like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah, 1 second. He's getting a lot closer than he was. They've both got very, very clean air. They don't have anybody behind them. So nobody's coming to save you now, Grant Jones.
Not that he needs saving. He's been very consistent and very, very good in his driving. So
absolutely, but Pierce Krone's found a whole nother gear out of that Ferrari, and he's getting.
Well, I do think that it was just a change in strategy. That for the first 2 hours they were taking it easy, Krone and Bailey, as we had commentated that they were staying around 9 seconds behind the first.
Right, and no further.
Yep.
So yeah, they're definitely within. Ed Bailey did a good job of keeping the car within striking distance while still conserving energy. And now that we're in the second half of the race, is a bit of a bit higher stakes. Less time to go. Krone is getting even closer and closer, putting that pressure on. That pressure is important because whenever you have, a car in your rearview mirror, you're kind of glancing over there, oh, where are they? Are they going to make a move? Do I need to leave a space for them? Etc. And so that's brain power that's not just solely focusing on entrances and exits. And so when you're Pierce Krone, I've mentioned I like to chase more than I like to be chased. When you're Pierce Krone, you're in a really strong position where he could make a move and pass Grant Jones, and that's definitely a strategy. Ooh, dipping off a little bit into the grass there, again using all the space as he does. But
a whole lot more than he should.
Around that one, certainly. Yeah, there's also a strategy of just hang out right behind Grant Jones. Don't pass him, but make him worry about you the whole time, and that'll slow him down enough that it can, allow you the opportunity that when it's time to pass, whenever we get to the last hour, the last 30 minutes of the race, whenever it's time to pass, you can just turn it on and make a move, and you've got time left.
I got the impression that is not going to be Pierce's strategy here.
It's certainly an option, and the other option is,
Absolutely.
Of course, get ahead, stay ahead. But to be honest with you, I think that's Pierce Krone's preferred style, because I know he doesn't like to be in traffic with other people. It makes him very nervous. But Grant Jones and Pereira, they're both a bit more level-headed about those things, and so if he does get out ahead of them and they are battling through lapped traffic, that could give Jones or Pereira the opportunity to then slingshot past as Krone is trying to fight through and getting stuck behind lap down traffic as they're approaching with Maximilian Reichel up here.
Yeah, on the other hand, I mean, during the first stint that Krone was doing, White, by the way, in pits, during the first stint that Krone was doing, he was very calm, just driving an easy rhythm, keeping 9 seconds away. Then Bailey took over, did exactly the same. So I think that, I mean, I wouldn't have started on 2 hours to go, but okay, that's their strategy. I think they decided, okay, after the second driver swap, they are going to do that, and Krone goes for the overtake.
Oh no!
Oh boy!
Whew. I don't think Jones is going to be happy.
The opportunity presented itself, and boy, was it a good one. Honestly, I think that he would have really had no other choice but to take it. It looked like Reichel slowed him down, slowed Jones enough down. Uh-oh.
I think Reichel went off.
Oh, Reichel definitely did go off. Reichel stopped. Reichel currently in third. Oh, Reichel is a DNF, unfortunately. Wow. Drivers dropping like flies in this race.
Yeah. But I didn't see neither Krone nor Jones touching Reichel.
No, they were. I didn't. I thought altogether it was clean. They're all just trying not to touch each other.
Yeah, I mean they're experienced drivers, all three of them.
Yeah, Reichel went off into the grass and ended up stopped. I don't see a reason why that was a cause to DNF though. He didn't hit anything, as far as I saw. No lost wheels as we saw with the Krone car at Sebring. Nothing clearly race ending. Perhaps they just, they were in third, saw first and second lapping them, went off and just kind of had a change of heart about entering the race to begin with. I don't know.
And Krone now getting some space in between his car and Jones' car. He's in between half a second and almost a second away. Let's see if he can make it stick.
I commented that Jones and Pereira were quite level-headed. Now that Pierce Krone is ahead of those guys, I'm not quite sure that Jones and Pereira are going to fight to make a move. I think they're going to fight to stay behind Pierce Krone and stay within striking distance. But I don't think they're going to push too hard.
But Jones gets behind Nucci, I suppose, to get a little bit of the draft. But now Krone breaks that.
Yep, definitely.
So Jenny, you said that this was the first track that you had raced on when using rFactor 2.
Yes.
Tell us about what you think of this track, what you felt when driving it. What are the difficulties and what are the niceties of driving here?
So what I did like that it wasn't a super long track. I felt, for me, because I don't memorize tracks very easily, so this track was one of the easier ones for me to kind of get down the turns and what's going to come up next, because it's not a excessively long track. So I did really enjoy that part of it. There was, and I still don't know the track that well, but there's kind of an uphill right, kind of blind turn, and that you go pretty fast. And that to me is a really, really tricky section. And I hope I'm saying that correctly, but that's how I remember it.
I mean, this track is full of tricky sections. At least in my experience.
Yeah, but it was just nonstop, and that was really fun for me, and so it's one of the special tracks for me. And I know this is probably one of my husband's favorite tracks too, because it's just nonstop go, go, go.
By the way, Jones keeping Krone only have a second away, so definitely seeing to it that the car doesn't lose much time with regards to Krone. So it's gonna be interesting to see how this unfolds. We're still 1 minute and 41 seconds, 1 hour and 41 minutes to go. Words, English, difficult. So if they try to keep that up for 1 minute and 40, that would be for me like a really difficult situation. Whew.
I like watching Jones, the Corvette. I love watching it go over the curbs. It is so smooth. He is a really good driver. I enjoy watching him drive a lot.
Absolutely. The way he's able to be very, very gradual and gentle as he turns. It's the real key to being fast around a circuit.
Right. Yeah. It just looks so easy.
Truth to be told, I always found the Corvette to be quite easy to drive. Like it's a car where you feel well, that it's very planted, that you can really take to a spin, and of course that sound.
Yeah, the sound.
So I would be dying in the Ferrari, while in the Corvette I would be feeling very well. Not a big fan of driving Ferraris. The characteristics of the Ferraris don't fit my way of being. Neither in Sims nor in real life.
I don't know the real life part yet.
They are very, very oversteery. They have too much torque, and they're not nice to drive. By the way, neither are Porsches. I mean, I don't like driving Porsches in real life. I mean, I'm talking about driving the real life car, the street car. I've never driven a racing Ferrari or a racing Porsche.
Boxster's nice. Boxster's a bit of a different driving experience than a 911 would be, because the engine placement primarily mid-engine as opposed to rear engine.
No, but in this,
were you? Can I ask you? Were you a big Michael Schumacher fan?
I've never been a big fan of the drivers per se.
Okay.
But yes, I was a fan because Schumacher had a very, very specific way of driving, a very interesting way of driving, and of course, he was one of the best and is one of the all-time best drivers in any way. So what I always have liked is the drivers that you see work their way into it. Alonso was and is one of them. At the moment, what I see and what I like a lot is the way that Lando Norris is driving on track, and he always looks like me, like he still cannot believe that he's allowed to drive a Formula One.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like the style of Schumacher also because if you look at the telemetry data, and I got that data analyzed by somebody who was in the know, he raced Formula One a little bit as if he was racing karts, where he started.
Right.
He let them in a kart. The right way to drive a kart is to let the back side of the kart slide a little bit so that you get the turn better, because you have the car per se turns, and that's somehow the way he had his cars set up, and the way that he was always racing. And that's interesting. Driving a Formula One like you're driving a kart, it's an interesting way to drive.
It just made me I just finished the documentary the other day that Netflix has, and it It was very insightful. I mean, some of the things I knew and some I didn't. So it was really neat.
No, I've heard a lot of good things about that. I'll have to take a look at it.
Yeah. Well, it was just kind of fun as far as how his racing came about and how they didn't have a lot of money. So kids that would get rid of their old tires, him and his brother would take them out of the trash and put them on their carts. And that's how they got so good, because they were always using old used parts. It was really, really neat.
I mean, I've been also a fan of the Iceman, because you can see how an excellent driver he's been all the time. I mean, he may have only won the Formula One championship once, but you've seen during all of the time how an enormously good driver he's been. And of course, his way of dealing with media and his way of dealing with radio is a thing by itself.
I think that Kimi Räikkönen, he's like my favorite driver in Formula One, and to compare
the Iceman.
To compare it to something in my world, he's kind of the closest thing that Formula One has to Dale Earnhardt Sr.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Just kind of the cool, calm, collected sort of nature of things. He's good, he knows he's good, and so he's kind of understated in that fact.
Yeah, I mean, he's, what was it, last year or something like that? Like, racing is my hobby, and you're like, mother.
Yep.
But yeah,
real profitable hobby for him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, from what I've heard, in between Formula One races in winter, he does motor ski races just for the fun of it. So
nice. My favorite thing about Kimi Räikkönen is actually the 2013 Formula One series, I think it was, when he was racing with Lotus. He had it in his contract. He got like $50,000, I think it was, for every point that he got in Formula One. And then that year he got so many points he bankrupted the team.
Oh my gosh. That's kind of awesome.
You shouldn't put those things in the contract if you cannot afford them.
Well, Lotus wasn't that confident in their car. They were like, okay, yeah, sure. But hey, at least we got Kimi Räikkönen. And then Kimi in any car is good, and so he was so good in that car that he won so many points that they hadn't really budgeted for that. So
I don't remember which series it was that Ferrari promised Schumacher half of a street legal Ferrari for every time that he won. So at the end he ended up having like 5 or 6 Ferraris because he was winning everything.
Nice.
So yeah,
if you're Michael Schumacher and you win a Ferrari from Ferrari, who you drive for, do you get to complain about the oversteeriness?
I don't think that he would have complained at all, because I suppose that he would have been able to keep that car well posted.
Indeed. Cameron Barker has come into the pits. He's 18 seconds into it. He's probably got about 40 seconds remaining. And I'm going to keep you posted on if he decides to repair that rear damage. Just because I'm curious. He's been out for a long time. Of course, it's time for him to come into the pits again. He's been running with that damage so far. He is 3 laps ahead. There's really no reason for him to, not repair it. So I'm curious if he decides to.
And we're keeping with the Krone-Jones battle, although I wouldn't call it a battle. I don't think that Jones wants to overtake Krone. I don't think he will pass him anytime soon. He's just keeping a solid near distance to Krone, and maybe just waiting for the next round of pits and then to attack, or if Krohn, of course, has any error, which he is not prone to do, he will be there to be able to use that error.
Side note, Barker has just come out of the pits at 45 seconds. It's the fastest pit stop we've seen from an LMP2 car today. With the exception of Kyle Vesa, who also just left the pits and did a 44.5 seconds. 0.6 seconds faster, so we're seeing a little bit of battle in the pit stops there. Yeah, Grant Jones is actually doing what I had said Pierce Krohn should do, which was just follow right behind the leader, stay fast, stay consistent, and just put pressure on him.
Yeah.
And then strike whenever you can, and that's exactly what Grant Jones is doing.
Yeah, and moving away from Formula One, the drivers in Formula E, I think, are very impressive. If you take a look at those, they come from endurance, many of them, and they know exactly how to be fast while keeping the same level of fuel, in this case electricity consumption. And there's a couple of very good drivers in there. I mean, Sébastien Buemi was winning. I think he won twice or even 3 times. That his luck run off, but still, I mean, winning 3 times already is great. So, and I think Formula E is a very interesting series, as they drive city tracks mostly, and the driving is intense, packed. They are normally quite near to each other, and they have no problems with kissing each other.
Hey, now they race in the Middle East. You can't say that.
Oh, true that. But they are, while they are open wheelers, they treat the cars as if they would be in closed wheel in GTs, because they don't have any problem having a slight touch against each other.
They have those housings over the sides of the wheels, so that makes sense.
On the other hand, of course, the Formula E cars are not yet that massively built for downforce, so...
Well, yeah, at the slower speeds that they operate at, then, it's not a whole lot of point.
I mean, that is changing gradually. I mean, in the first year, all the Formula E cars were exactly the same. Then they started allowing different gearboxes. Then they moved to having a battery that would be able to keep the whole of the race, because in the first I think 3 or so years they had to change the whole car. They had to jump from one car to the other in the middle of the race.
That was ridiculous.
Yeah, well, it was the way to have a whole race with one battery, but that's history. Now they do make a whole race with one car, and they're gonna be changing the cars bit by bit, the more the electric power cars and the whole engineering moves forward.
Alvesa in the Bang & Olufsen livery car is splitting the middle of Pierce Krohn and Grant Jones. He now gets around them.
And I'm pretty sure we're going to see Grant Jones getting nearer to Krohn and staying at about around half a second away. Because we've seen that he's able to keep the pace and even inch by inch getting nearer, so... Yeah. I'm pretty sure that he's staying half a second away is just strategy.
I agree. Yeah.
Not that Pierce Krohn is a bad driver, much to the contrary. We've seen he was 9 seconds away and he ate up that time, but neither is Jones a bad driver, much to the contrary.
I mean, just spectator-wise, I feel like Jones is so controlled and Krohn looks like he's really pushing it.
True that. I agree with that. Yeah.
We had commented just briefly in passing that Shane White with the Sylvan Motorsports car had come into pit, and he did, and also exchanged out for Mark Wright. So Mark Wright is in for Shane White. Yet still, they're 6 laps off, and unfortunately, I don't think that they'll be changing their situation with the driver change anytime soon. James Pisnell we haven't talked about too much, but he's been running a fairly clean, consistent race. He doesn't quite have the pace exactly as Grant Jones and Pierce Krohn have had, or even really Reichel. Well, actually, to be fair, he had about the same pace as Reichel, but he had lost some time through various means in the earlier part of the race, and set himself back several laps. But he's actually been clean, consistent, and he's only 2 laps down off of Grant Jones and Pierce Krohn.
It's getting in the way of Jones right now.
Yeah, that he is. That's Mark Wright there. And then Grant Jones is just about to pass the start-finish straight.
I jinxed it. Now Jones is 2 seconds away from Krohn. What?
Oh yeah, because Jones is being held up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now
Jones
it's
is
going to be a
held up
little bit
Mark
more
Wright.
difficult to get near Krohn.
Indeed. I think that Grant Jones got held up certainly, but I don't think he's going to push too hard to get that back. I think largely because hey, there we go. He had a really good braking zone and got a bit closer now. About 1.5 seconds. Gained about a second on him there.
I would expect Jones is thinking 2 things. Krohn is driving, as you, Jenny, said, quite hard, like quite aggressively. That may bring issues at some point, because driving aggressively all the time can mean that at one point you drive too aggressively. 2, it may very well be that Krohn is gonna be, because of this style, gonna be doing 1 pit stop more than Jones. And if Jones keeps about 2 seconds away, and does 1 pit stop less, then he's won the race.
Correct. And this was part of why I recommended that Pierce Krohn not try to pass Grant Jones and stay out in front of him just yet. Because, if Pierce Krohn is pushing and he's making his car work now, he will have less to work with later on in the race whenever time to try to slingshot ahead of the other guy. And Grant Jones has been not really pushing hard so much. We'll see as they go around this lap. Yeah, Grant Jones just did a 1 minute 19.323, which is a half second off of his best. Pierce Krohn 1 minute 19.759. So Grant Jones has dialed it up just a tiny bit, but you can see him in how he's driving the car. He's still driving very conservatively. Pierce Krohn is being a bit more wild with it, and it's paying off. Wild can be good.
Right.
But you
Especially
go through
if you can keep the car on track while you're driving wild.
Yes, certainly. We saw, Pierce Krohn, this is exactly what I was talking about. He dips his tires in the grass a little bit, and then Grant Jones follows behind, not dipping his tires in the grass, still gaining on. And now Grant Jones is half a second back, in a manner of driving that is going to be much more conservative and will allow the car to last longer. But yeah, we're definitely seeing a close battle here. I think we're halfway through this, but the Corvette racing car of Jones and Pereira in the championship, they have 20 points so far. You get 10 points for a win. It's like 8 points for second place. Pierce Krohn, they DNF'd in the last race, and they had a decent finish. I think it was second or third in the first race. So not only would Krohn have to finish ahead of Grant Jones in this race, he would have to finish ahead of Grant Jones in this race, and Grant Jones would have to have a hard time in this race and the next race in order for it to be close.
Right.
So I think Grant Jones is still content to drive the championship as opposed to just driving the race. And so I think that's why we're seeing Grant Jones is a bit calmer. Pierce Krohn has to fight. He has to give it his all. Grant Jones really just has to finish with a podium position, which with the drivers left in the race so far, with this war of attrition that is an endurance race, I think that it's pretty easy for him. I think it's easy to say.
Yeah, he's right there again, Jones. That's impressive.
Mm-hmm. And pressure makes drivers drive slower. Because if you're too focused, you're stiff with the wheel inputs, you are, thinking about a lot of things all at once. And if you're Grant Jones, it's just like, I'm just going to drive it. I'm going to drive it.
On the other hand, I don't think that Pierce is somebody who has any issue with pressure. He doesn't give a flying fig about anybody near him.
I've seen him in the Discord. I know he gives a flying fig about pressure. With peace and love, but I'd have to disagree with you there. But behind the wheel, I think that he handles it. But more what I'm trying to say is like the stakes are higher for Krohn than they are for Jones. Here comes Zampini, who took over for Nucci for a while ago, making a very, very clean double pass down the straightaway. Cameron Barker is close behind as well, and he's going to pass both drivers. He's looking to the outside. He'll probably have to swing to the inside in order to do it here. Yep, there we go. Those GTE cars are heavier, and so they swing out wide there after the last corner. Here comes Cameron Barker. There he goes. Grant Jones is about a second, 0.9, 0.8 now, 0.88, 0.9 again, thereabouts.
Boys, I just have to step away for about 5 minutes.
No worries.
Okay,
You are
thank
allowed.
you. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, this is shaped up into an interesting battle. We are at this point 2 hours and 42 minutes into the race, and our leaders in GTE are less than a second away from each other. That's pretty cool. For all that people talk about, balance of performance and how unfair it can be sometimes, it really does, as a net make for great racing. Because back in the before times, before we had such tight classes and such, the cars would finish, minutes, laps, sometimes even hours away from each other on these, and these guys are seconds away. Very, very impressive stuff. I love the look of that Corvette. I miss the C7. I sure do. The C8 is beautiful. you know, don't get me wrong there. It's on my list of diecast model cars that I want on my desk. But the Corvette Racing C7 C7R car is the car that is on my desk. and it is absolutely amazing. And it's also reeling in Pierce Krone now half a second. They're about a car length there in the braking.
Yeah, but as I said, I think Jones is keeping that and being quite content with that.
Indeed, he is content to hang back. Yellow in sector 1. I'm looking around. Kyle Vasa came into the pits. Mark Wright had a little bit of a wide spot. That might have been it. I don't think it was though, but actually not sure.
No, I'm not seeing any information either.
Kyle Vasa is still in the pits, 20 seconds in, perhaps has a driver change. Maybe, maybe not. Vasa has been in the car for a while. They're doing multiple driver changes this race and not just switching out halfway through. I would suspect that this would be where they would do it, but we'll keep you guys updated. James Paisnell is 2 laps down from Jones and Krone. Just to update you guys on that. Whoa! Pierce Krone got a little bit squirrely on corner exit.
Well, was to be expected that he's gonna do a couple of errors here and there, the way he's driving. But for now, we don't see Jones being able to take advantage. And
he got about 0.4 seconds on him.
Yeah, but I don't think he's willing to take advantage anyway. I mean, if Krone now like goes very wide, he might, but until then he's just keeping a healthy distance, not too far away, not too near, and there we go.
Yep, Krone has, I'm sorry, Jones has Krone right where he wants him, pretty much.
Yep. And for those watching, asking themselves, okay, but is Jones running the risk of being into dirty air? GT cars don't care that much about that. There are vortices, of course, behind the one car, but they normally don't disturb the other car that much.
Wayne Newton did switch out for that number 38 Jackie Chan DC racing car, and you just saw him passing Jones and Krone.
Jones is now very near to Krone, and the way he's driving, he's either trying to make Krone nervous or he is really trying to find a gap.
Mark Wright is into the wall.
Ouch.
In the S's, at the bottom of the S's. And it looks like he did hit the wall. Looks like more with the front end than the back end, but I don't think it was a hard hit. He's carried some of that front end damage, so I don't think all of it was from that, but definitely not having their best race this time around. Zampini is in the pits. He is second in the LMP2 category. All of the drivers who finish LMP2 are going to get a trophy this time around because we only have 3 drivers left. But that's part of endurance racing. It is a war of attrition to a large degree, and these drivers have made it where other drivers have not. Grant Jones remaining behind Krone, now consistently under half a second behind Krone.
Again, you can see from the images that Krone is driving quite aggressively. I mean, as you were saying, it's his style anyway. Although on the first stint, he was cooler in his way of driving. So it's interesting to see how they are keeping a similar distance with two very different styles of driving.
Indeed. Well, if you consider, the Corvette's pace, they, through all of the races in this championship, they have been very, very fast, and it's been excellent driving throughout. And Krone's been driving throughout, been sharing the car with Ed Bailey, all that, and both of those drivers have been doing their best, but then they've made little mistakes here and there. They've had pace differences between them and the Corvette. And this is the first time that, now that Pierce is pushing really hard, this is the first time that he's been able to get out in front of him. And even if you're out in front of him by a little bit, it's still being out in front of him. And so, maybe this is just the limit of what the Krone Autosport Ferrari is capable of doing. And they're working on that. Looking at the lap times, though, Jones and Krone have both slowed down a little bit, running at 1 minute 20. They had been running at 1 minute 19s. But Jones did a 1 minute 20.643 last time around. Krone did a 1 minute 20.115, so about half a second faster.
Mark Wright in pits.
Indeed, as expected, since he had crashed his car at the bottom of the S's in Sector 1.
Back, boys.
Welcome back.
Hi.
Mark Wright goes into the pits. Krone and Jones are staying the same. Jones is about 0.8 behind. He had gotten up as close as 0.4. And,
wow.
They're fluctuating a little bit, but Grant Jones still has Krone in his sights. And on we continue with 1 hour and 9 minutes to go.
I wonder if it's going to come down to fuel strategy.
I think
fuel
has.
and tire strategy, I wouldn't be surprised if not.
Like maybe Jones has been lifting in certain areas and he'll be able to go an extra lap or do something.
That on the other hand, I don't think so. But if you take a look at the way that Krone is driving, I would be surprised if he's not eating up more fuel and more of the tires than Jones is. But not because Jones lifts somewhere, but because Jones has a more fluid way of driving. Like Bruce Lee said, Jones is more like water.
Yeah, here's an idea. If you can last longer and you can make it further on your tires, and then you reach your last pit stop and you've got just a little bit of time left, we wouldn't have enough fuel to make it to the end, but you gotta stop. You could, if you've outlasted the other guy and been able to stay out longer, you could go with softs where maybe they could only go with mediums or hard.
True.
And so there's an idea as well. If you can manage that endurance, manage those hard tires throughout, then you can have a short pit stop closer to the end as opposed to
now Krone is going to lose the position.
There.
Oh!
Wow, yeah,
Jones
Krone is really
taken very
protecting the waters
easily.
on that corner exit, and we saw him a couple of laps ago. He went across there and kind of had a wiggle, but there he just carried way too much speed on the exit and just bumped into the wall.
But interestingly, Jones could have fought for that position. He could
I think so too. Yeah.
He could have
More
really
aggressive.
said, you know what, now it's my time. He didn't. He just said, okay, let's take it easy. You're gonna go into the wall once again. So,
yeah, he's super patient. You could tell he's a mature driver, veteran. That's awesome.
Yep, yellow.
I'm looking at the yellow. That's James Paisnell. James Paisnell, his first crash in a long time, off at Sector 1 towards the top of the hill. So they just went by him there.
Yep.
Whoa!
Went another spin trying to get back on.
Ouch.
Yep. Not the best way to navigate
Rejoin the
that corner. Yeah.
the track.
It looked like he was in the braking zone, turning while braking, and just lost the back end. Easy to do in those Ferraris with the mid-engine.
Easy to do in a Ferrari. Full stop.
You had commented on the oversteer.
And you were saying if you have to go into pits, there's not that much race time left, that you then go to softs, or if your tires are still okay enough, you don't change tires and you just do a splash and dash and are much less time in the pits than the other driver, and get your advantage from there.
Anybody else's live timing on screen, just showing pit stops after the driver changes?
Yeah, all the time. I tried clicking through the different settings to change that, but nope. Must be yet another bug in R Factor 2.
I believe it is. I have found the solution though. If you switch from, so you've got it in like multi-class setup on there. There's mixed, multi-class, LMP2, GTE. Switch it over to mixed, and then switch it back to multi-class and see if that fixes it. It did for me. Any luck?
Changing to mixed. Changing back to multi-class. Yeah. It does look much better.
Good.
Thank you.
You bet.
Yeah, Mark writing in the chat, he has not had much luck in this race. We agree, mate. We agree.
Yeah, these GTE cars are really going at it. It is a shame that other teams, Shane White's Sylvan Motorsports car that he's driving, Mark Wright, who's in chat, co-drives. It's a shame they've been having some tough times throughout. That's kept them from battling for this top spot. But even with these two drivers, this battle has been ongoing now for a while, and boy is it exciting. They're now coming up on Shane White to lap him, unfortunately, yet again. He splits the two drivers.
Gosh.
Yeah, on the other hand, I don't think Jones is gonna care. We've seen him 2 seconds away and then regaining the time, so...
Whoa! Running off in the grass there. He manages it though. Wow.
In these cases, I'm very often the lap one. In these cases, I just go off the... Whoa! Chrome!
Oh no!
Getting a little bit out, losing
That's
time
unlikely.
there.
Wow.
Whoops.
Grant Jones taking the escape road and getting very
Oh my
close.
gosh.
What the heck is White doing?
Yeah, White needs to move out of the way.
No.
Just lift the lift the throttle. You're not fighting these guys. You won't be able to fight these guys.
Yeah, live to fight another day. But yeah, the gap between...
But yeah, he just
Jones
really got in the way here.
I
would be yelling.
Jones, yeah, exactly. I think Jones is at least thinking choice words at the moment.
Indeed. Yeah, now 3.5 seconds back. Whitey going
and
off.
now what is going on?
I hope
This-
that he doesn't miss the rejoin. No, okay. Phew.
Oh. That was nervous. That was wrecking
Yeah.
moment.
I mean, Jones is now 2.5 seconds away, but I'm pretty sure he's gonna recoup that time easily. And I expect that quite soon the GTs are gonna be in their pit window and go into pit once again.
That's the second time in the GTE class that a car not in the battle has gotten in between these two and have created a gap.
Yeah, but see, Jones is already 1.5 seconds away, so he can be faster if he needs to, and then he stays just behind Krone.
Yeah.
I expect, but of course I'm not sure, that in the next pit stop the Krone team is gonna change the driver once again to Bailey. And Bailey is a fast driver, but not as aggressive as Pierce is. So it might be very, very interesting after the next
it's
pit
right there.
how
Wow.
it looks like.
Considering the contact that Krone had with
And
the
there we
wall.
go.
Yep, there he is. Yeah, I'm thinking, considering the contact Krone had with the wall, it might be a time for him to come in and swap out with Bailey. 'Cause he has been in that car for a long time now.
Yeah.
I'd like to see Jones's lap time now. See if he's going to push it a little.
Oh yeah, there's an idea there. Crossing the 1 hour mark.
Yeah,
Here we
you
are.
can see Jones driving more aggressively now. Clearly.
Yeah, we'll get you their sector 1 time. real
Yeah.
quick.
That's what I was trying to look at too. Yep.
He's riding the curbs stronger than he did when he was behind Krone.
30 seconds.
And that makes me think that Jones is gonna come into pits also quite soon, and he's now trying to get
out ahead,
yeah. As we have 1 hour remaining in these race by Global Enduro on Rum.
Bailey is in the car now. They actually opted not to fix the body damage on the car, so that's a strategic decision, I'm going to assume. Just going, hey, we still have pace. Let's not spend the time to fix it. And we'll
And
go on ahead
Jones goes into pits.
and work it. Yep, there we go.
No surprise there.
So Grant Jones was 2 seconds behind whenever they came into the pits. Now it's a battle.
I know. Ooh,
Battle of the pit crews.
I'm excited.
40, 39.
And he had a
Ooh.
great, this last lap was great too.
We're looking
Yeah.
at this
ahead.
countdown here. 29, 28, 27, 26. That is the time that Ed Bailey is behind Grant Jones.
Oh my gosh.
And it's a countdown timer of how soon Jones has to get out in order to
He's
gain the
leaving.
lead.
He's moving.
Yep.
Oh,
10 seconds. 8, 7,
Yeah.
6,
I don't think he's gonna be in front of
4. Oh, it's going to be
Ed
real
Bailey.
close though. 3, 2.
And
Two.
yes, he's in front.
He comes out in front. And it's Dino Pereira behind the wheel. We have
my
the starters
goodness.
back in the car.
I mean, not very much in front, but he's in front, half a second away. But let's not forget, Ed is also quite a good driver. So that's gonna be interesting how this unfolds in this last hour of the race.
Indeed. Since this is the last hour of the race, do you think, because we had seen before in previous races, the cars ran about an hour per pit stop.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think these guys are going to try to go to the end?
I would expect so. Yes.
Okay.
I think the strategy from both teams has been, okay, how much fuel do we need? Let's put that fuel plus security Do we need new tires? Yes, let's change them. Let's have the car ready for the end of the race. I'm not saying they may have miscalculated. We've seen it also in other races where almost at the end of the race they had to go into pits because seemingly they were running out of fuel, for example, or a couple of times the tires were really going off. Whoa, Bailey riding a little bit too hard on the curb. So yeah, I expect that they won't come into pits again.
Yeah, they're really having to push a loose car with that Ferrari there. Pushing a loose car can be very means ahead Corvette and stay ahead for a while, but it can also be very risky, as we've seen with the mistakes that they've been making. Most notably that contact. James Paisnell pitted in. He has just now come out. He took 1 minute and 3 seconds for that pit stop, and he did repair the body damage that he picked up whenever he had crashed.
Yeah, I mean, in the position that Paisnell is, I would have done the same.
Mm-hmm.
He's comfortable in front of Shane White with no, I would say no possibility to get ahead of Bailey and even less Pereira, so yeah.
He's almost guaranteed third though if he can finish. So
True that.
That's points there, right there.
Ooh, and Bailey loses control of the car.
Oh no!
It was so loose though. That back end has been so loose since he's been in it.
Turn one. Turn one has not claimed many drivers. It claimed, but the ones it has, it's claimed in a big way. The big one was Andrei Valenko at the 1 hour mark thereabouts in the LMP2 car. That ended his race. Then because he was going around and lost the back end, and pretty much the same thing happened to Ed Bailey here. Thankfully, he's able to get it moving and keep going again, but...
Yeah, but he'll have to fight against flat spotting, against the tires being hotter. So, and I think he's driving also more conservatively if you look at it.
It really sucks, strategy-wise, to flat spot brand new tires.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because now you'll have to be driving 54 seconds with that vibration there, and you're like, whoa. And I gotta say, since I was able to afford the DD wheel, I noticed flat spotting much stronger, and it's like, whoa. It's more realistic, and you understand real life drivers much better. I mean, even in Assetto Corsa I notice flat spotting, which I didn't do when I was still using my G29.
I like to think I notice my my flat spotting with my T300 RS some. You definitely like feel that it's there.
Yeah, on the other hand, you are a good driver, I'm crap. So
well, I mean, I actually don't know how you drive. We haven't driven yet together. We'd need to change that though.
Yeah, we are planning on changing that. I just have to make a little bit of space in my schedule and in my weight to do videos. Whew. I have so many videos lined up to do soon enough.
Mm-hmm.
The series that I am in has one more Porsche spot open, so if you wanted to join that and race a Porsche GT3 as a
yes,
teammate
exactly, Porsche, my favorite cars to drive.
Hey, there's a Mercedes too, if you wanted.
An AMG or what?
Yeah, Mercedes AMG GT3.
They're easier to drive than the Porsche, but still, I've driven that. I think Assetto Corsa Competizione has those too, if I remember correctly. And if I remember correctly, I've driven those, and I mean, I know of many drivers who love to drive the Porsche because they know exactly how to work with the brakes and how to deal with the way the Porsche behaves. But no, I fear I won't be able to understand that car ever, at least not at the level of being fast with it. Bailey getting a little bit nearer to Pereira, which is not saying much, as he was 11 seconds away. Now he's 9 to 10 seconds away, but still, he is gaining ground. True that.
He's back to being 10 seconds. 7 to 10 seconds away.
On the other hand, if I would be Pereira, I would let Bailey come nearer, like, I don't know, 5 seconds, 3 seconds, and just drive easily. Hey Grant, you're absolutely welcome. We love to do this, especially with a troop like Global Enduro with such great races and such great racers. So absolutely, we really like these races, but I appreciate that you appreciate it too. So I'm leaving the information on about how far Bailey is so that we can see it anytime, because I expect this distance, this time distance, to grow smaller lap by lap.
Cameron Barker just set a personal best Sector 1 time, a blistering fast 26.356 seconds through the S's.
Wow, it's almost a second faster than the others.
You're seeing it on your screen. 50 minutes remaining in this 4-hour endurance race from Global Enduro here at Road Atlanta in R Factor 2. It's great to be here.
I'm very glad that you two are here too.
Absolutely.
I'm glad I got to make it today.
Stop being nice to each other. This is the interwebs. People are not nice to each other in the interwebs. Completely unacceptable behavior.
Saw Wayne Newton passing Ed Bailey. Is on his way to catch up to Dina Pereira now and pass him as well. The GTE cars are... I'm trying to see... I don't think I actually have any data on that. Give me just a second. I'm gonna see... Mix them all up here. Yeah, 10 laps. There's actually 10 laps separating the Orica 07s of the LMP2 category with the GTE cars.
By the way, if you like this race and are asking yourselves, okay, so there is another race, where is it gonna be? It's gonna be Nürburgring. And I suppose it's gonna be not only the classic GP track, but it's gonna be Nordschleife. Because the E is pronounced to everybody out there, especially the English-speaking people. It's not Nordschleife, it's Nordschleife.
Well, to that same level, it's pronounced Nippon, not Japan.
To be even more correct, it's pronounced Nihon.
Yeah, there you go.
If you go to a person that may be a Japanese person, you say Nihongo desu ka?
So apparently, I'm actually looking it up because I'm curious. Nihon seems to be interchangeable with Nippon.
Ah, okay. Then my teacher maybe was of a region. My Japanese teacher was of a region where they said Nihon and not Nippon. Would not be the first time that a language teacher is teaching me quite specifically the dialect of where he comes from. Like, I've heard many times that my Italian sounds very much with a Roman accent and a Roman dialect.
So this is a fun one that you'll enjoy. My grandmother on my mom's side, back when my mom was a kid, actually taught German, I believe it was, at community college or something, somewhere. But they were in Central Texas, and there were a lot of Central and Eastern European immigrants into Central Texas. As a matter of fact, some of the best kolaches you'll ever have are in Central Texas. But my grandma had a saying. She was teaching a night class, and she would always say in German, "Good night," but Nacht and Nacket are really close together in pronunciation, especially if you're not too familiar. So she was actually telling a bunch of German students, "Good naked."
We don't know how liberal your grandma was, so we cannot comment on that.
Yeah, no idea.
You do you, Grandma.
True that. Boys and girls, you know the rules. Leave your clothes at the entrance. Strange class.
Ed Bailey is 10 seconds behind.
Yeah. He may be wishing to get Krone again at the wheel, because he, at least at the moment, it may be strategy, but I don't think so. He's keeping around 9 to 10 seconds behind. And he must be kicking his behind like there's no tomorrow, of course. Because they were near to the Corvette, and now they've lost all that advantage.
I'm watching Bailey on my camera specifically, and it just looks like really hard to drive. It doesn't look easy. Like every corner he comes out of, he's kind of fishtailing a little bit.
I'm not going to repeat what I've said about the Ferraris and how I feel about them.
Yeah. What you said earlier, you still think the same. Yes. Yeah, it looks really hard to drive, and it's kind of tricky, you know, when you want to push really hard, but he already had that big spin out at the beginning when I'm sure he wanted to push hard. So, got to try to play it safe to a point.
And Ed is not a bad driver at all, so
right.
He has the feel of the car. He knows, okay, how far can I push this car? And yes, well, he did a spin, but I mean, even the best spin from time to time.
Yep. So are you guys familiar with Barker? Because I'm not. But this
No,
is
I
an
don't.
impressive drive.
Yeah, I don't think we've actually seen him in these previous championship rounds. But yeah, he just entered this one and he's dominating it. So
Yeah.
cool to see.
Being consistent and just doing his thing. Of
Absolutely.
course, being helped by the others DNFing, but hey.
Yeah, he's certainly profited from a lot of misfortune, but you know, Zampini, Paolo Nucci, Wayne Newton, all very quick drivers, and he is giving them all a run for their money.
Nah, I don't think that Wayne Newton is worth anything.
Well, goodness.
Yeah, too bad.
I was trying to rile Jenny, but
I know. I was trying to be like, okay, just keep calm. Keep calm over here. So I was late, obviously, to coming into the session today, but I was around and checking in and see what was going on. And trying to at least have a pulse on the race a little bit. And so I kind of heard what was going on a little bit in the LMPs just to find out. And so I know he had a rough first stint.
yeah, Bailey is keeping around 9 to 10 seconds behind. And I fear this is the best that he can do with that car. I don't think he's driving strategically, like keeping it slow now and then being faster later.
I do want to acknowledge, though, that out of all the races so far, that this has been like really exciting to have for the GTE first and second place so close together. That was super exciting because by this point, right, in all the other 8 races, I feel like there's been multiple laps in between each position. So it's fun that they're still on the same lap.
Absolutely. It's been really, really cool to see these two drivers be so close together. We are at this point 3 hours and 20 minutes in, and they're still 10 seconds away. Like,
yeah,
only
like
10
one
seconds.
spin off away. Yeah.
That's highly impressive.
Yeah, I agree.
These guys are just being clean and consistent. I think they've sort of settled into their strategy. We're not seeing the pushes and battle as we were before. I think Ed Bailey's consistent and content to try to make it to the end for the other guy. I think at this point it's really just tires and fuel strategy and what's going to pay off for both drivers, because 10 seconds feels like a long time when you see it out on track and see that, hey, that guy's way up ahead of you. But really and truly, it's not all that much if somebody has to pit in or, if anything adverse happens to either car, that gap suddenly gets a lot wider and maybe there's a lead change.
True that, although I would expect the Corvette to have a better situation with regards to tires and fuel, while we see Ed Bailey running wide and once again getting a little bit off track, not dangerously, but still you see that he is really on the edge and at some points over the edge.
So Newton's in for a pit stop. I would imagine that's the last pit stop for them.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Ed Bailey spins it
Yep.
on corner exit on the final corner of the S's. Oh boy, he is very lucky he didn't slide into the wall there.
Where Krone also went off. by the way.
Indeed, where Krone did hit the wall with the same car, and you see the
Oh
damage
my
still
gosh.
attached. But man,
Was that right when Barker was passing Bailey, or was there anything between them?
I don't
Nope.
think there was anything between them. I think that was
okay.
just himself. I think he may have been
no.
trying to move out of the way a little bit and went a little too
Okay.
far.
Yeah.
But I'm actually surprised he only lost 7 seconds, but he did lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Ugh.
that settles the
Yeah.
race. On the other hand, of course, as you have been saying, Cody, if Pereira has to go into pits for whatever reason, then it won't. But I think it does settle the race.
Well, that is just unfortunate. If you
It
are
is.
Ed Bailey or also Pierce Krone, since it's out of your control, you're kind of kicking yourself right now.
And it's unexpected from Ed. I mean, once happens to everyone, twice, that's surprising.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed. Well, you did remember at the last round at Sebring, he had a lapse of concentration and just slammed it hard into a wall off. I think it was turn 4 or 5 at Sebring, and that was just fatigue after all that time. He just kind of lost concentration and lost it into the wall, and ultimately lost a wheel and lost the race.
Let's not forget Ed Bailey, while being a Brit, lives in Belgium, and it's almost 2300. That's 11 p.m. So it's quite late.
Yeah.
We have different descriptions of late.
Wow.
We have very different descriptions of late.
9 o'clock is late to me.
Young man, when I was your age, of course 11 was not late.
I think the other day my girlfriend and I stayed up. She was playing Hollow Knight and I was watching her while designing my livery. And I think it was like 3 in the morning when we both decided to... when I decided to go to bed, and she stayed up a little bit later.
I don't even have anything to say to that. So when do you, Cody, if you guys stay up that late, when do you wake up?
Well, so she's still in college classes, and her first class begins at 11, so typically we're up by about 9 or so.
Yeah. Because when people stay up really, really late, but then they get to sleep in till like 1 or 2, I'm like, well, that doesn't count.
Right, yeah. I'm very much a night owl kind of guy. I think best and do things best. Ooh, Ed Bailey going real wide.
Yep.
That corner's been tough for that car.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm certainly content staying up quite late. Sometimes Serta will wake up, and I'll still be online because I just didn't go to bed. And so it's like Serta, whenever you get up in the daytime, like in the morning hours, it's like 2, 3 in the morning over here for me.
Yeah, well, I get up sooner than when I go online on this computer, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Serta, are you a morning person?
Very much so.
Yeah.
And normally, I mean, at the moment, I have a lot to do, so that takes a toll. But when I don't have that much pressure, stress would be really a stretch to call it. But when I don't have that much to do, I I can go with sleeping only 6 hours. So
Yeah.
I'd go at midnight. I'd go to sleep at midnight and wake up at 6.
Yeah.
And I also able to work much better in the morning hours than late at night.
Mm-hmm.
High school trained me to exist on very little sleep, and so I'm pretty flexible with the sleep that I get. My schedule through high school was ridiculous. So I lived out in the country, like middle of nowhere, and the big yellow American school bus came and got me. So I was like the first person on the route. It was a country route. It came at 5 in the morning, and I had to.
What?
Yeah. So the buses would drop everybody. Like classes began at 8. The buses would drop everybody off at 7:30. And I was the first person on the route, and so I was on at 5, and so it was an hour and a half from when I got on the bus to school. So every day, since it took me like an hour to get ready, I'd have to get up at 4.
Oh my God.
Well, I was in choir, I was in theater, I did all sorts of other extracurricular activities. I was a National Honor Society, I was a Boy Scout, and I got my Eagle, all of that stuff. So I was always doing things, and then there was also homework. I was in like all advanced placement classes, and doing all the work for that, and then just like generally other things as well. And so I would always class would end during the day at like 3:30. This is where we get into PM hours. Serta, I'm sorry. That's where we get into PM hours. It would end at like 3:45. And then like whatever my extracurricular would start at like 4, and then if it was theater, it would go until like 8 p.m. for rehearsals, pretty much every day of the week. And then I'd get home, I'd have probably about 4 or 5 hours worth of homework, depending, and then I'd have to like live my life a little bit for an hour or 2, and then I'd get to bed at like 1 in the morning or 2, and then I'd be back up at 4 a.m. for the next day. Not great, super unhealthy. I hate the American school system and its schedules on kids.
Yeah.
But, hey, I can exist on very little sleep.
Yeah, that's makes me sad. He had to wake up so early for a school bus. Oh my gosh.
And then whenever I was going home, if I had extracurricular stuff, then as I did most days, then I stayed at the school until late, and then like my mom would come pick me up. But then if I took the school bus home, I wasn't getting home until like 5:30 or so. To begin with, and so that was a good day. Was whenever I got home at 5:30, and then I was getting home at like 8 or 9 on a bad day. And
so I'm going to use your story on my children now. Do you know I had this friend that would have to wake up at 4 a.m. just to go to school?
I'm the uphill both ways kid.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah, and I was in like a triangle of districts, and just barely on one, and so I was technically in an unincorporated township of like 400 people, and even then, like it didn't even have a post office, and those 400 people were spread out over several square miles, and so if I was like a few houses over, I would have been in a different district. I was like a few blocks down one way, I would be in a completely different school district. And so I was just really, really far away. And so the bus got me first and it dropped me off last. And it was
and now you're in a full-on city now, though, right?
Yes, yeah. As dense
how do you like that?
As dense as a like Texas suburb gets. I quite like it.
Yeah.
And I actually like the suburban nature of it too, because I have a forest in my backyard, like a literal forest in my backyard.
Yeah, that's cool.
But I'm also like my bicycle's ride away from a convenience store, so
yeah, that's nice.
It's a Walmart, but still.
Store's a store.
Store's a store.
So we've passed the half-hour mark.
Half
Less than half an hour until the end of the race, and Ed has been able to get down to 30 seconds away from Pereira, but he lost that too, also because he's been overtaken by two LMPs, and of course letting them pass does take a toll.
Indeed. Zampini took his probably final pit stop. No driver change. So Paolo Nucci drove the first half of the race in that car, the number 20 car, and Zampini is driving the second half of the race.
We haven't been showing you much of the LMP2s because the positions are very much set, but why not show them a little bit?
Yeah, there hasn't been much of the LMP2s on track. So that's a decent enough explanation.
But you know what's been nice is I feel like the last many races, the LMPs have been the spotlight because there's been so much going on. So it's been nice today to talk a lot about the GTEs.
Absolutely, yeah. For the first time in this series, an Autosport car has been able to work their way up to challenge the dominance of Corvette, the Corvette team. So it's very cool to see.
Unluckily, I think it's gonna be just the challenge. So Jenny, do you race regularly on sim racing?
No, but I'm very encouraged to do so by my husband. So when we're about to get into our winter time here. We're in the Pacific Northwest, and so we kind of start to hunker down in a sense of it gets cold outside and it'll snow, and so this is where we play more games and board games, video games, and so I think that I have a way more interest in driving more now. And I've always loved spectating, but commentating on the races has kind of given me that little want to know the turns better and the tracks more. And
it
so
gives you a different perspective. If you know the track, if you've driven the track, you think differently about what the drivers are doing.
Right. Yeah. And I used to always think that this was his thing, the driving, because he is a very passionate person about racing in general. And so I always just was really careful about trying it, but I actually want to do more so now. And so I hopefully probably by our next race, I will have gotten a few more under my belt here. And maybe I could actually, practice on the next race that we commentate. I'll practice on that one.
Oh, who went out? Was it GTE?
It was Shane White, I believe.
Okay, nothing bad happened there.
Not in terms of any collisions. Just a little bit of a trip off in the.
Yeah, no collisions.
So you want to train for the next one? Well, good luck with that. It's Nordschleife, which is not the easiest of tracks.
And I'll just talk negatively the whole time.
No, I mean one point why it's difficult is because it takes about 7 to 10 minutes to do a lap. And,
oh boy.
Yep. And
That's a lot.
Learning the track is already difficult enough.
How many turns are there? Like 90 some odd?
Oh my gosh.
I would have to look it up. I don't remember right now, but yeah. And it's a long track, so it's difficult to learn, and it's a difficult track because it has many points where you have to take very good care. There is one in which if you don't take care, your car will go flying.
It's literally called Airport.
Yep.
Flugplatz is German for airport.
Wow.
Because your car will get airborne unless you have like a ton of downforce or liftoff.
Do you remember how I told you guys earlier why I love this track? Because it's so short and I could actually memorize it?
Yeah,
Now this
Nordschleife
next one's the complete opposite.
it's the
Absolutely.
anti.
Oh,
It's the
Bailey in
anti-Atlanta.
pits.
Oh.
Bailey in pits.
All right.
Let's see if they do a driver change.
That'll be curious, yeah. But yeah, they've definitely pitted in. We were predicting that maybe they would try to make it to the end. It looks like that's not the case. For Ed Bailey. Now they're definitely going to lose time on this. They're now a lap down from Dina Pereira, having spent now over a minute 15 in the pit lane. Over a minute 20. Are they repairing damage? They may be repairing damage because this is longer than their usual pit stops.
Yep.
1 minute 30.
And they won't need that much fuel, or they're having an issue with the driver swap.
That's possible. One way or another, clock is ticking. They went
I
from
know.
a few seconds
my
down,
gosh.
and now they're a lap down, and they're about to be 2 laps down as Dino Pereira comes around again
Oh my gosh.
on the front stretch, crossing the start-finish line right now. Ed Bailey is now going 2 laps down. 2 minutes in the pit lane. There's either something wrong or they're repairing a whole lot of stuff.
Which would surprise me, truth to be told. They I don't think that the hit on the wall from Krone was that bad. So I feel
Right,
they're
they
having
were able to
issues
run.
with it. Okay.
Whew. I was wondering if they were going to lose second place.
And no driver swap.
Not yet. We'll see, but it's not looking likely. Typically,
No,
it'll
this is not
update.
this is not a Assetto Corsa Competizione that writes the swap at the end.
Oh, I see.
20 minutes remaining, as you can see on your screens.
I don't think they're going to be able to make up that 2 minutes 30 seconds they lost in that. So I think that they tried really, really hard, kind of the under in regards to first place. But I don't think that Kern Autosport is going to beat the Corvette guys.
It may have very well been that they looked at the state of the car and said, you know what, this is so difficult to drive. I'm gonna bin it again. I don't know, flat spotting or something else was wrong, and then they said, you know what, okay, let's keep the second place, but then we need to repair. Let's go in and let's forget about first place.
Indeed. Cameron Barker is in for his final pit stop. That yellow coming up was just for Cameron Barker backing into his pit spot. He overshot it a little bit.
Oh.
But he's in now. He's going to lose a second from it, but he's got 4 laps ahead of everybody else.
He's fine.
He'll be okay. Wayne Newton 1 lap down from Andrea Zampini. Zampini took his final pit stop a few laps ago.
Wayne and I
Newton,
gotta say, I haven't said that, and I haven't said that enough, of course. These track mode is beautiful. Very well done.
Absolutely. Agreed. Really, really well done. Very accurate replica of Road Atlanta. Of course, there is a laser scanned version in Assetto Corsa, as a mod, of course. But this looks just as good. I think it might be based off of the same or similar data. But yeah, this is very, very well put together.
I mean, wouldn't be the first track that is done in Assetto Corsa and then somebody translates it, so to speak, for R Factor 2 and vice versa.
And vice versa, certainly.
There's a lot of interchange of accepted interchange because the mod makers talk to each other and say, "Hey, mate, I'm I love your track on Assetto Corsa, and I would like to put it into R Factor. Do you have an issue with that? And they normally say no. Go ahead.
I'm still waiting for Dallas Karting Complex to get ported over to Assetto Corsa. It exists for R Factor and R Factor 2, but it's not on the Steam Workshop, but it does exist for R Factor 2. Never been ported over to Assetto Corsa, and I think it's the only Texas track that I don't have yet. So, yeah, I would like to have that one, especially since I've driven it. And I don't know, it'd be fun. It's nice and wide too, which is interesting for a karting track, but it makes it like, I feel like you could do touring cars on it. I don't think you could do anything faster than touring car, but I feel like you could do touring cars on it, and I'd love to throw it into Assetto Corsa to try.
At least the smaller touring cars, right?
Yeah, like vintage touring cars. I don't think you could put like wide body
or
T-Star.
something like a Renault Clio or a Mini or.
Yeah,
like
Clio, Mini Challenge, all of those would be great. Mazda Cup Series would be fun. All those would be good. Yellow in Sector 2. We got anybody? Oh yes, we have James Painsnell off at the beginning of the
And going off again?
straightaway. Yeah.
Still off.
He's he's going real slow. I think
he's going now slow because he's giving the LMP space to.
Good deal. Yeah, James Paisley's put together a respectable race. I mean, Ed Bailey, Dino Pereira, co-drivers Pierce Crone and Grant Jones, to their credit, they've been absolutely phenomenal. Dream team. James Paisley's driven this whole thing by himself. Is only one lap down after 3 hours and 45 minutes, and is poised to take home third place. So, great job, James Paisley.
Much better than I would ever do.
Ditto.
I think I could manage. I'll find out though with the series that I entered. Oh, I was gonna
walk your walk, Cody.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Jenny, you should enter it as well.
I mean, I will just to be. You guys could laugh at me.
I mean,
I'm
never.
literally that bad.
I see.
We would.
I just
never
have no
laugh at you.
control. I just always want to go fast, and that's my problem.
Yeah, that's the thing. The faster you want to go, especially if you're not experienced, the more issues you're gonna have. So it's better to take a normal pace, and then you notice you get faster.
Yeah. My problem is I grew up on this arcade game called Off-Road Nitro.
Oh, okay.
And all you do is pedal to the metal and you hit the nitro button to go as fast as you can. And there's no brakes at all. And so that's how I feel you're supposed to drive. It's a problem.
Yeah, coming from the Simcade world, I was driving similarly until I noticed, no, let's start driving like you would drive in real life.
Mm-hmm. I'm a slow-mo driving in real life. So,
my
ahead, Cody.
first racing game, my first racing game was GT Legends, which is based in the same game engine as R Factor 2. And I picked that up at a half-price books in, I think, 2006 or 2007. And I just, like, with a keyboard and mouse, beat that game. And I've been into racing games ever since. But I started out with that, and then I also had Trackmania Sunrise, which I've mentioned before, commentating. And Trackmania Sunrise is like a time trial arcade racer, but you get to build your own tracks, and so there's infinite amount of tracks, pretty much. And I always liked that because it was like high score based, or not really high score based, but it was like lap time based. There was no collision or wheel-to-wheel racing or anything like that. And you were learning a bunch of tracks and then trying to perfect them. And so I got really, really good at just like, here's a track, drive it a few times. All right, I know it now. And so I think those two games together at a young age helped me drive pretty well. So I like to consider myself a decent driver, but my big issue is I've got thousands of cars in Assetto Corsa at this point, and I just love driving a bunch of different cars, and so it's tough for me to pick one car and really master it. I'm like,
Yeah.
well, this car is fun. The next car might also be fun. So I'm going to settle in with the Porsche 911 GT3 in this series, and I'll let you guys know how it goes.
Okay, good.
We have a series on RomRom showing mods. What do you think that I do all the time?
Yep. Serta and I are very much cut from in that vein.
And I've started now also driving and testing mods for Automobilista too. Which, by the way, and you will be all hearing it tomorrow in the news, as I was not able to finish them today. Automobilista 2 is got a great, immense physics overhaul coming. They noticed one very important, very big thing, and the physics are gonna be even better than they were until now. So that's gonna. I've driven it a little bit, and other people have also driven it and tell me it's a game changer. We are nearing the 10 minutes, the 10-minute point of this race. Only 10 minutes to go, 3 hours and 50 minutes already accomplished. You were saying, Cody?
Yes. Pierce Crone mentioned that his team is indeed, as you had mentioned, they are going to be pulling out of full-time competition in Global Enduro, but not until the end of this season.
Okay.
So they will finish out the season. They're not quitting, just at the end of this race or at Sebring. But they'll do, of course, this race that they're in right now, and then they'll do the next one. And
yeah, it's nice to finish the season. That's good.
Indeed.
And it's better than other drivers who just go away mid-season.
Yeah, and just, where'd they go? I don't know. Oh, okay.
So Pereira is driving quite nicely, with Bailey 18 seconds away.
With 8 minutes to go.
So I would gather the thought that there's not gonna be a whole lot of fighting going on.
Indeed. Bailey made that pit stop. We're at 8 minutes left to go. Pereira has not stopped, and it doesn't look like they're going to plan on it. So I think it did come down to pit strategy.
Yeah.
I don't think that it was a planned pit stop by Bailey. I still am of the opinion that they took a look at how the car was feeling. The car was not feeling right, so they went into pit to do repairs. Remember that the car was about 2 minutes or even longer than that in pits, so I think they repaired it so that Ed could drive it with no issues and bring it home on the second place, which is still a good place, rather than endangering going off again, maybe breaking the car completely, and at least making it easier for Paisnell to get near.
Okay. I can definitely see that. We're starting to get the longer shadows Sun's starting to go down as we
Mhm.
finish this. This will be a pretty sunset finish. See, the lights are on the cars and on the track. Everybody's settled in pretty well, and they're just trying to carry it home. You haven't seen very near the crashes that we had, largely because the folks who were having incidents and crashes had incidents and crashes that put them out of the race. But also because these drivers that are left are pretty well set on where they're going to finish, and they just have to bring it home at this point. 6 minutes and 30 seconds left to go, and we're about to do that. I think I'm going to go mountain biking after this.
Nice.
I've been.
How's the weather there right now?
The weather's actually great. This is the first weekend in a while where the weather has been quite good, and it's probably going to be the last weekend in a while where the weather's quite good. We actually have a warm front here. It's been like 40 degrees at night and like 60 degrees during the day, which is, I'm speaking Fahrenheit here, but it got up to 70, which is, you know,
nice.
Nice temperate, and I think it's 75 today.
Wow.
So it's going to be that, and then it's going to be nice through the week as well until about late week, and then it's going to start raining. I'm looking at Wayne Newton. He's trying to get around Ed Bailey around turn one in the home stretch, and Ed Bailey really wasn't wanting to give him the position. But at the end, he lets the faster class car through.
Makes sense. Yep.
But anyways, I was thinking about mountain biking because I'm looking at these S's. How they undulate and curve, and go up and down as well. That's the big thing.
Most I'm gonna mountain bike after this race is in my dreams.
Yes, it's quite late over there.
Yeah.
Might be a bit dark to mountain bike.
Past 11.
Ooh, Wayne Newton slides it off into the grass.
Ooh,
Gently, but it's there.
Oh, I think the motor.
Motor's good. Motor's good.
Okay, it was only the track. Okay.
I mean, even if he DNF'd right now, he'd still, come in third in the
True
position. But I think you have to cross the finish line in order to be classified for points. So that would not
man,
be.
he better cross the finish line, or I'm gonna have a grumpy evening.
You could have finished
There's
the
a
race,
lot-
but no, you had to plant the car on the.
Ooh, another one going wide. That looks like.
White? Was that white?
Prisnal. That's
Paisley.
Prisnal.
It's yeah. Oh man.
James Paisnell in the '64 Ferrari went for a slide there. I think he was just trying to go wide to let Wayne Newton by, but he did it in a corner and kind of kept going after he moved to the left. But I think he kept it off the wall and just went for a bit of a grassy slide, and he got back with, honestly, not too much time loss. Cameron Barker has driven this entire race with rear right quarter panel damage, and hasn't slowed him down at all. But I've been looking at that every time he comes into pit. I was always wondering, is he going to fix it now? Is he going to fix it now? And no, it never has, but it hasn't seemed to worry him too much. Coming in, 2 minutes left to go. Dino Pereira is going to bring it home comfortably, 2 laps ahead of Ed Bailey. There was quite a battle going on beforehand, but the Corvette team, consistent and fast with their entrances and exits. Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. This race as they have in all the other ones. Virtual Racing Cars, by the way, posted a thing on their Twitter, Serta. You might want to take a look at it. Looks like a Glickenhaus hypercar teaser.
Really? But Glickenhaus himself says that sim racing is not real racing.
Well, you can realistically see them slamming into the back of the Toyota that they that United Racing Design made. 40 seconds left to go in this race. Pereira is on top. Bailey is in second. Paisnell is in third in GTE. Barker is on top. Zampini is in second. Wayne Newton is in third in LMP2. And Cameron Barker is midway through the S's right now, and so it looks like this is going to be the final lap. This has been a wonderful 4 hours, and I'm happy I got to spend it with you guys, commentating the Global Enduro Road Atlanta 4 hours.
So, soon enough, Barker is gonna pass the start and end straight line. Ah, wait, no, he's not where I thought he was. Ah, no. And Barker finishes first.
Congratulations.
In LMP2.
Impressive drive.
Oh, yeah.
Very cool, very cool. And Ed Bailey is in second. Dino Pereira comes across the line right now. Go. Those are your winners.
I'm still impressed with GTE, the first and second place battle. That was so fun.
Absolutely. Such great competition these GTE cars have. Well, thank you guys for joining us. Oh, what's up?
Nah, Ed is just at the side of the road.
Oh, he's playing around a little bit. I think I saw that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jenny, for joining us. It's always a pleasure to have you.
Well, thanks for letting me come in late today.
We don't see you enough in this commentating booth, so to speak, in this virtual commentating booth. Thanks everyone for following this race. Thank you, Cody, of course, for your steady commentating. Yep.
Anytime.
And we'll see each other latest in December at Nürburgring. I think the other series don't have any races, so I expect that would be the next time that we meet each other while commentating. So until the next time, save fuel, collect pickup, and we'll see each other at the podium.
Bye.